All right, everybody, welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, October the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Hopefully, thank you guys. Thank you, William. We had a problem yesterday. See if Torty answers me. There you are. Thank you, Torty. So you guys can hear me and see my screen in both of the rooms. Okay, guys. So there are going to be a few more earnings plays today. A lot of banks. Schwab, probably the most notable one. SCHW, it's holding its gains through the 200-day moving average on that daily chart. And when you look left, what sort of room does it have? 76.30. So it's got a little less than $3 to the next high in the weekly chart anyway. So that is Schwab, SCHW. One moment, please. All right. So I am, first of all, BNZI. I'll go to the top right here. BNZI. Yeah, but look at this. It's really pulled back a lot. 661 back down to 533. There was some news trading higher after the company announced it's engaging with specialist MZZ Group to lead a comprehensive blah, blah, blah. Okay. So there is a BNZI, ZI, but it has pulled back quite a bit. Still up though, 44%. Crazy low float. IMRX, where are you? IMRX, I think it did have some, I think an orphan drug, yeah, FDA granted them orphan drug status. So that is IMRX. Got up to 266, and the pullback is not that extensive yet. I'm just hearing Coty right now, guys, COTY. An earnings play, not an earnings play, but gapping down now. Let's see the reason why exactly, but it is gapping down now. Wolf, WOLF, gapping up after the company announced they signed a non-binding preliminary memorandum of terms for up to $750 million in proposed direct funding under the CHIPS and Science Act. So again, an eye-catching press release, okay? How much they actually get, if they do get it, we don't know, but that's an eye-catching press release for Wolf. And this is not a low float. So that's big news. I mean, that is not a low float. 125 million in the float and up 32%. So that is big news, obviously, because that's a big move. You know, now it's saying it's securing the funding, secured new financing, and could get even more funding from the U.S. CHIPS ACT Act or account. I don't know. So that is the news, though. So that is actually pretty big news. MGTX, more now. MGTX gains as gene therapy shows promise in Parkinson's. Okay, so that is the reason for MGTX on the move right now. MGTX. Before I keep going, guys, let's take a look overall. China is getting slapped a little bit this morning. Not a little bit. That's down 4%. More importantly, you can see, China had the huge move over a couple of weeks. In this last 5 days, it's just kind of been trading around here after the drop, but now it's taking out the low of the last 5 days. So China is getting weaker. And China stocks seeing red amid skepticism over Beijing stimulus package. So there you go. So the whole idea of this was the big move up was because of the optimism about the stimulus package. And now we've got the pessimism about the stimulus package. MRM guys, this is probably low volume still. Actually, the volume has picked up. The volume has actually picked up. When I saw it, it was under 100,000, but the volume has picked up. MRM and China stock, Japan. Excuse me. That's the rising sun. Yeah, so this is a Japanese stock forming a business alliance with Metarom. Okay, so that is a let's see what sort of room it's got. Low float. It really, it's there's a lot of stuff it has to get through, in my opinion. And yes, DJT, where are you? Yeah, you're still up 8.3%. Trading higher after launched his cryptocurrency WLFI. Okay. And Fun, which kind of piggybacks along with GJT, PHUN. GME announces collaboration with PSA. Okay. Let me take a look at GME just for out of curiosity. All right. Well, it's a pop. New collaboration agreement. I don't know what PSA is. I don't know what the acronym is. Okay, guys. CVS is plunging here. This was up at $67 not that long ago. Couple, 20 minutes ago. It's a big giant bar down now. See, and that is CVS. Let's see if I mean this is okay. These headlines are earlier. CVS exploring ongoing transformation of community pharmacy, but those are headlines earlier. Is that United Health? Is that Humana? Or is that another one? Humana? No, that's Humana. So I don't know. I don't know if it's being dragged. It looks like they're all kind of being dragged down. These healthcare. United Health dips as cost concerns weigh on insurance unit. That is UNH, and so now its managed care peers were also in the red. So there you go. That's the reason. So UNH is that headline for UNH is dragging down Humana, CI, CVS, CNC, etc. I don't think. Well, I don't know. It doesn't sound like PSA is the company. No. Well, I don't know. No, it must be an acronym in the industry, William. CVS is plunging, guys, plunging here on that UNH news. Market so far is not caring so much. SPY is still that would be an all-time high. We don't count the pre-market though, but that would be an all-time high. Market up just a little. Take a look at the economic calendar and see what's happening today. I don't think there's too much. Okay, at 8:30, Empire State Manufacturing Index. So that happened at 8:30. No huge reaction. Then we got 11 o'clock. We have the Treasury buyback announcement, preliminary. 11:30, daily of the Fed will talk. 105, Kugler of the Fed will talk. Okay, so we've got a couple of Fed presidents talking today. Oh, good, Todd. Yeah, that I figured that must be the reason, because my single stock window was working perfectly with the surprise. So that if you had the single stock window up and running all the time, you must have accidentally unchecked the include pre and post market. Yeah, I'm seeing SGD right here now. SGD, this is Safe and Green Development, okay? And they're out of, so it's a US company. Crazy low float. We have 313,000. So the next high on the daily chart is 689. It's almost there. If it can somehow get through that, then you've got 884 or so. So sorry guys, I've got something going on with I have a sinus issue today. Just give me a moment. Um, complete site work and secures permits for South Texas Sugar Phase 1. All right. So there's your news for SGD. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors, guys, and see what's happening. After yesterday, I'm sure XLE and XRT are above, but the 200-day moving average. But let's just take a look. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ET. Wow, APA's down. Energy is obviously taking a bit of a hit, guys. These are some pretty significant moves down on volume. Okay, so I don't know. I haven't looked at what oil prices are overnight, but my goodness, 100% are down now from yesterday's close. Give me a moment, Jennifer. Okay, I'll explain. So you're talking about this in the single stock window, but let me just go through these. So look at this, guys. These are some major moves down. Okay, APA down almost 4%, SLB 3%, etc. So these are some major moves down. I haven't checked the price of oil, but I guess it must have moved down overnight. And Jets, you can see Jets is Jets, the ETF for the energy for the airline industry. Certainly liking that. Okay, thank you. I saw that. I did see that headline, William. Okay, thank you for that. Just confirmation. So there's that. So energy stocks are definitely weak today, guys. So look at material. I don't know why would Schwab be in with materials? I'm sorry, that's not Schwab. That is not Schwab. That is SHW. Is this an earnings play? That is Sherwin Williams. Well, it's up 5.5%, but there's no volume. Okay, now I just want to take a look to see where XLE, well, XLE now with that little downturn, I wonder how close it is to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so look at that. So that green line right there on the daily chart for XLE, that is the 200-day moving average. So you can see how, over the last few days it's been moving away from it. But now, I guess with oil prices starting to drop somewhat, moving back down into that 200-day moving average. Now let's take a look at XRT. That was the only other one that was really close at all. It's still kind of close. Let's take a look at technology. It should be moving away. Yeah. So that was, in jeopardy. You can see a few weeks ago, it actually got down below the 200-day moving average, but now it is moving away. All right. Now, give me a moment. Okay, Jennifer, what do those numbers mean below the company with the percentages? Are you talking about on my single stock window? I'm pointing down here. No. Are you talking about here? Are you talking about all these percentages right here? Oh, okay. That just means SGD is up 59% from where it closed yesterday at 4 o'clock Eastern time. These are the big movers in the market right now. Okay. The NZI is up 39% as opposed to SEEL, which is down 44%. Is an earnings play? Nope, not an earnings play. They're receiving a notice of delisting from NASDAQ. So they're going to be getting out of NASDAQ and going to the OTC market. And welcome, by the way, Jennifer. All right, let's take a look at this PHUN, the next high on the weekly chart. Guys, just give me a couple of minutes here. I'm going to have to do something. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, sorry about that. So let's see if anything else is starting to sneak in. I know somebody was mentioning a Hoth earlier. This is under a dollar, I believe. Typically look at these ones, HOTH. This is under a dollar. They got over a dollar, got up to $1.12. See if there's any news on this one trading higher. After the company was awarded a U.S. patent for its HT, so it's Alzheimer's treatment. All right. So a bit of a bounce for CVS, guys. The Nick sort of looked like that daily low held it a bit, 64.09. What did it get down to? Got down to actually got down a little bit lower than that. Pixie was up this morning, guys, but look at the, yeah, I mean, it's still up 9%, but I don't know why it hit. I don't really know why. So this is a reverse split, I guess. Announced for the record. And when was it? Not sure if it happened on the 14th or it's upcoming, but anyway, there's Pixie. Boy, that's another reverse split. That was yesterday. Thank you, Draw. So Pixie did the reverse split yesterday. One for 15. Thank you. Well, Schwab is holding its own now, guys. Yeah, SCHW is definitely holding its own. Again, the next high, looking left, 76.21. As William, you pointed out that a lot of times these banks, what you've noticed in the past, like the JP Morgans, etc., they have a nice pop in the pre-market, then they sort of fade. Did not happen with JP Morgan, did it? And maybe a couple of the other ones. So we do have some other banks. Other one, Citigroup, doing kind of the same thing as Schwab. Bank of America, BAC, doing the same thing. No big pullback yet. STT, another bank, State Street, not as much volume, of course, but nonetheless. This is another bank, more of a regional bank, I guess. I think I forgot to mention this one. Not a bank, of course, but WBA. WBA, this has been under severe pressure, but has had earnings or has earnings now. WBA, Walgreens Boots Alliance. So on a daily chart, yeah, I mean this has got some room. The next high is 1035 on the daily chart. Of course, I'm not saying it's getting there, but its earnings release has been well received so far. Oh no, William, we're having this problem again, guys. Okay, William, it must be on your end. Of course, you can't hear me. I know when YouTube you guys can hear me. It's always usually it's always the main room, but we did have a problem yesterday. Overall, I think that was on my end. Though I had to reboot my computer. But anyway, we are now 7 minutes from the so-called market open. I call it so-called. I mean, market's pretty open right now. UAVS, I think you mentioned this one. They're doing a reverse split, aren't they? I think you mentioned that one, Draw. I think you put that up there. Yeah, UAVS is doing a 1 for 50 today. Let's take a look at XLF. Actually, that's the ETF for the financials, big one anyway, probably the main one. So yeah, look at XLF. I mean, wow. So these banks coming out with earnings so far. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So give me a moment. Okay, guys. So this is the layout I use once this market opens. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. So DXYZ, that was from yesterday. I haven't seen it this morning. Let's take a look at DXYZ. DXYZ. Okay, it's up 4.8%. That was the reason I wasn't seeing it in that the ones that are up. I think my cutoff was about 8%. So, but it's still, yeah. I mean, looks like it is trying to have a bit of a continuation day. I can't remember why it was up yesterday. You can see it got as high as 1344 and it closed down here at 12. Give me a moment, guys. I want to just do a little bit of rearranging here. There we go. So the market is still looking strong for this open. There's been no pullback really. So the market is still looking strong for this open, which will open in a little less than 2 minutes. Maybe keep an eye on it. I probably know volume. I have this one thumbnailed. BIOA. Probably no volume. No volume, but this is an IPO from a little while ago, a few weeks ago, and it had a nice end of day move and a nice move after. Yeah, nice end of day move. You can see this right there in my 15-minute chart. There's the mauve area. That is the after hours yesterday. Okay, so I do not a Canada. Okay, what I do is I'll give you my homepage link, and you can pick and choose what scans you want. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, question was about regarding my layout. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the center section, here are my scans. Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose what you want. I go over all this in about half an hour. But this race right there, the biggest gain is from the start of the race is right here. Also zooms is over here, and the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose what you might want. Okay, we're going to be opening in about 5 seconds, guys. All right, we are now open. IMR WBA Western Boots. We mentioned that one. So this is actually, I mean, it's got the room, right? Look at this room. It's got, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but on the weekly chart anyway, it's got room to about 1060. Rani from yesterday, RANI, guys, is SGD holding its own, has not really given that up much anyway. but it's early. So Wolf on that news, guys. WOLF. WOLF. This is still. Come on, where are you? We're a lot of action already. WOLF. So I mean, it's got room. I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, $20. Yeah, 1566 was the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it's a little bit above that. And again, $750 million in proposed funding. So that's, again, an eye catching press release for Wolf, WOLF. Boy, my momentum scan is, yeah, Marvel is on this one. My momentum scan is just going crazy this morning. What I'm talking about, going really, really crazy this morning. There's Marvel, MRVL. Yeah. Is it a, not an earnings play? Demonstrates industry leading. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. Yeah. So I don't see any, I don't see the reason for this one. Well, okay, I do see the reason for it. I don't know what this all means, but industry leading 3NM, PCIe, Gen 7 connectivity, et cetera, et cetera. So there is some news for for Marvel, MRVL. A big move. I mean, that was $78, 82 now. So another one of these social media stocks, guys, are Rum on the move, RUM. Interesting. Look at SMR and OKLO, guys. I wonder if, and probably NNE. So there's a pretty big drop. So there's Tesla. Somebody was asking me about Tesla yesterday. So actually, there's a pop for Tesla. There's a pop. So it's above the highs of the last 2 days. Okay, a little bit of a pop for Tesla here. TSLA, of course. Tesla stock rises, seeing the bright side of robo-taxi day. Okay, there's a little headline right there. Okay. Boy, drug yesterday, guys. DRUG, what a day it had. From a dollar to 265 DRUG, and it's trying to continue a bit. Look at what happened in after hours. Got up to 366, and that is DRUG drug. Market is still holding its own. Look like maybe it's going to have a bit of a drop, but not yet anyway. So a bit of a disconnect, though. A bit of a disconnect in the market right now. Dow is down. NASA's up. Dow's down a fair amount actually. NASA's up. So a bit of a disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. And the SPY is up a little. Schwab is still hanging in there, guys. Earnings play. SCHW still hanging in there. For those of you who like to see stocks around a dollar, here's one. MBOT. MBOT, right at the 200-day moving average, though. A little news on this one. Completes pivotal human clinical trial. Drug continues here, guys. Another high, another market high. Drug. Looks like the pre-market high was up here around 337 or so. Yeah, QSG. I did see this. It's disappeared though. So many stocks in my momentum scan. And there's Pixie with the reverse split. All right, SGD. So had some news about a sugar factory or a sugar plant. 693 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Probably a very low float. Yeah, crazy low float. So the pre-market high for PHUN was around 591. Let's see if it takes out six, because if it can take out six, let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where could it go? So the next high in a monthly chart would be around 750. I'm not saying it's going to get there if it takes out six, but that's kind of what we can look at. And that is for PHUN. All right. Look at Wolf now, guys. Yeah. So Wolf got all the way up to 1627, and then it's fallen back down to 15. Boy, drug. Look at this drug. DRUG. I'm gonna have to take a look at a monthly chart now. Oh, I didn't even see anything. Okay, so on a monthly chart, I mean the next high is up here around 640. So there's a ton of room. I think it's going to get there. Okay, but this one still has some room to move if it wants to. Yeah, well, this holds three guys talking about drug. There it goes, guys. There goes drug, guys. There goes drug. DRUG. And okay, SGG just got halted, but I fear it just got halted on the way down. SGG got halted on the way down. Yeah, halted on the way. Look at drug going, guys. What was the news on this one yesterday? Was there any news on this one? Development of therapeutics. Okay. Drug guys. Drug. Oh man. All right. Well, broke a little rule, but remember what we said on the drug. Well, what did I say? Was it seven? Yeah, I think it was, yeah, $7. And I'm not saying it's getting there, but I'm sorry, I'm looking at fun. GRUG, where's drug? Yeah, so 640, 640. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that was the reason, guys. I mean, look at all the room it had. And I think it's just got halted. Man, this is about the seventh or eighth one this year that I'm in a halt. And before that, probably 10 years went by before I was in any one of them. So let's take a look at drug, where it could open. There's the halt to 387. This is going to give us a bit of a clue as to where it could open. Okay. Usually they're 5-minute halts. Well, Roman, you can kind of do something like that. All you have to do is, so it's always going to be from yesterday's close then. Okay. It's always going to be from yesterday's close or the leader right now. Okay. Yes. I mean, this is actually doing it kind of. Okay. The change in 5 minutes percent. I could have, I could have the change in 2 minute percent as an example with a top list of whatever you want. But you're going to have to let me, I'll try to explain that in a little bit later. Okay. Maybe about half an hour from now. Obviously, I'm going to have to watch drug to see how it opens. If it's a 5 minute halt, it's going to open at 9:46 plus 24 seconds. So I'm going to have to be on top of that. Basically, you can create a top list, Roman, and whatever, as long as you have a column header that says change in 5 minutes or 2 minutes, you can just sort on it, if that makes sense. But you'll have to give me a little bit of time, okay? Yeah, there's a rebel from yesterday, AREB. This is another one that was well, kind of yeah, interesting day. There's the 200-day moving average, a little bit above it. So this looks a lot better on a weekly chart. Look at this weekly chart, guys. So AREB has room. I'm not saying it's getting there, okay, but there it is, 779. So yeah, Roman, if you know how to create a top list, I mean, just then put a bunch of headers. What time is it now? I just have to be a. I've got another couple of minutes. Yeah. So all you have to do is put headers. Now create a top list, okay? So change, type in change as an example. So the change in 1 minute, change in 2 minutes, change in 5 minutes, change in 10 minutes, change in 15 minutes. Okay. That's not so that is just literally the change. It doesn't matter where what the open was or what yesterday's close was. You just put the header, make sure it's in percent. So if you have it as a column header, then you can just sort on them. Just double left click and you can pick whatever time frame you want, if that makes sense. Okay, what time is it? 9:45. So I've got another little over half a minute. Yeah, just create your top list with whatever price range you want, whatever minimum volume, whatever other minimum volume that you want, other filters that you want, and then have those column headers, add, column headers, and then you can sort on them. Just double left click on them, and that'll give you the ones that are moving the most. Okay, guys, 4 seconds for this to open. Okay, I've taken most off, guys. Most off. I want to see now. Held a little, just in case it can take out four, but I've taken most off of the drug. It's a bit of a struggle to get through four. Okay, I'm out completely now, guys. Out completely. It may just rocket ahead, but I'm out completely now. I got up to as it started to drift down back down to four. Out completely of the drug. I mean, it may rocket more, but it was a nice. Again, I typically don't take trades in the first 15 minutes, but once it got over three, and when I saw the room it had looking left. Okay, so where could you have seen drug? Well, here, 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 and here. Okay, and the momentum scan. That I kept seeing it over and over and over and over again. Yeah, ANVS is another one that's showing up on my momentum scan. ANVS. The problem I would have with it right now is when you look left, no room. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stall here, but when you look left for ANVS, the first thing I see is a high on the daily chart at around 813. So that becomes a no go for me. Holo, yeah, Holo is on the move. You're absolutely right, Isaiah. Holo on the move. Didn't see this in the pre market. Really didn't do much. And probably a low float. China stock. And looking left, the next high is 831. So there's certainly some room on the weekly chart. Low float, 5.5 million. Yeah, drug may not be over, but it's over for me so far. Did these guys do a reverse split? I don't know, a couple of days ago or last week. MAXN. The next high looking left is 858 on the. Well, it's the same, I think. Not quite. So on the daily chart, the next high is 763 for MAXN. So there is some room for this one to move also, but it's you can't take it now. I mean, it's on parabolic. Let's see if it rests at all. Stupid low float. We've got 167,000. All right, got to catch my breath here. WOLF now is actually starting to fade badly. I mean, this got up to 1623. That's a big fade now, guys. Almost like the market doesn't believe it. Yeah, Wolf is really starting to sink here, guys. Again, it's like the market doesn't really believe it with that $750 million. I don't know how I can. I don't know how what the terminology is exactly. Is a loan or funding or lithium play? This SGMT. This has been very active. Active day again yesterday. SGMT. Sorry, this is not a lithium play. I'm thinking of another one. Excuse me. This is bio SGMT. Boy, taking out that weekly high right over here. Not a low float. 51 million. 51 million. Yeah. Wow. Drug gone without me, but that's okay. You never know what can happen with these low floaters. So Shady's in the WBA. Nice. Yeah, nice one. For Shady on the WBA, still has some room on a weekly chart anyway. 1064, 1064. All right, let's take a look at our IREN. I think this is I'm going to call this a crypto play. Okay, it's not a Bitcoin. It's not. I mean, it's. I think they supply. Remember when this one was going crazy a few weeks ago? IREN. And yeah, Bitcoin is up 1,200 or so. And IBIT, take a look at IBIT. It's my proxy if you want to trade Bitcoin. So IBIT is, getting close to that high. That would be the all-time high for Bitcoin right over here. Also, if IBIT gets over here. Excuse me, INHD just got halted. On the way up? Yes, on the way up. Wow, look at the room this one has got, guys. INHD, another low, crazy float. INHD. Whew, I got to catch my breath. There's so much going on right now. INHD. So this blue screen I'm exhibiting right now. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price for INHD 419. This column here is can give you maybe a glimpse as to where it could open once it opens. Okay, now it doesn't have to hold. You notice how these prices are fluctuating. And again, typically they are 5-minute halts. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So again, if it's a 5 minute halt, this will open 9:59 plus 49 seconds. Okay. And you can see how this is now. Usually the first halt is pretty good, like the drug. First halt was pretty good. Pretty good meaning that when it opens, usually the first halt, it'll open above the halt price. Usually, if it's the first halt of the day. Doesn't have to, of course. So this is looking pretty good, guys. The DXYZ, it pulled back. 1298 is the VWAP. What did it pull down to? Wow, look at that. Got right into the VWAP area, and the VWAP is acting as we speak anyway as a bit of a support area. And now it's over 13. The high was way up here at around 1350, and yesterday's high was 1344. So the longer holds over 13, you could have a bit of a run still. And that is the DXYZ. So rum, it has some room, not a lot of room, guys, and it's an AI play. The next high looking left is around 647. I wish it had. I wish the next high was more like here, 679. So SGD just got halted on the way down again, guys. So that looks like this is the end of this one. Okay, maybe a little crack now for the SCHW. Maybe a little crack. Yeah, this was I actually traded this one yesterday. I wish I'd held on, not necessarily overnight, but a little bit longer. But yeah, ALAR, I mentioned this one early yesterday. The next high looking left is 1414. If it can take that out, the next high is 1595. Okay, INHD just opened, guys. You should be paying attention. Okay, this could be the one look at that spread. Terrible spread. Terrible, terrible spread. Look at that. 406, 439. Makes it almost untradeable. Now it may catch up, but it scares me when you see a spread like that. Yeah, I have to back off this one. I mean, that spread is awful. You can get, even if they tighten the spread and you get in, and then all of a sudden they can just drop that bid and kill you. So I'm just going to forget about that one. All right, here's another one that I didn't see in the pre-market. West, 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 the West Rock Coffee Company. Okay, not a lot of volume yet. 153,000 shares. That represents 6.7 times normal. So you can just see it doesn't trade very much. Probably coming into too much resistance between here and 7, though, in my opinion. It's a low float, though. 8 million in the float. TCOM is weak, guys. It's a gap down and go. Another China stock that ripped when all the China stocks were moving. Now a lot of these China stocks are falling. The low is 69, sorry, 59.15. The next low looking left is 59.15 on the weekly chart. So I'm going to put a price alert there. Set one right there and see if it takes it out, because if it does, look underneath $48. So let's just see if these China stocks continue to really give it up. Yeah, I know Eric is an earnings play. I never, Eric and Nokia. I mean, I just find a hard time trading them, just because of the float. They just don't seem to move very much. That's a big move, though. I have to admit, 11%. But how much more can it go? 11% with that float, 3 billion. That is a big move for Ericsson, and it's an earnings play. So this is a gap up and reversal play, guys. AES. You see how it gapped up, and now it is really reversing here. It's not. It's still mildly positive. What's the market doing? Dow is still down, a fair amount. Nas is up, so there is this disconnect. The SPY is basically flat. Okay, so I see a lot of these energy stuff. So here's NE, Noble Core, and let's take a look at XLE and see what's happening with energy now. Any sort of a recovery? Yeah, bit of a bounce here now. Okay, so we'll probably see a lot of stocks in the energy sector looking like this, including NE. All right, WBA's had a pullback here now. WBA, I'm just watching this one now, see if it can get back over 10. If not, this might turn into an interesting short. I don't know if you're still in this one, Shady. Sorry. Yeah, SOFI from yesterday, Sophie from yesterday had a big day yesterday. Look what it did. It closed right near the high yesterday, and it's continuing today. Had some news yesterday. I think something to do with $2 billion. Sophie partners with Venus Williams and Cameron Brink. Okay. But this was the big deal yesterday. Something about $2 billion. Where can I find that $2 billion? Unity, guys. The U is looking well, good. Well, looking good. Also, there's a 200-day moving average is above it. All right, MNSO could be interesting. There's the high today, 1750. It is trying to bounce a little bit, and that is the MNSO. It's it's China. So you're going to play any of these China stocks. Let's take a look at KWEB to see if KWEB, what is KWEB actually doing? So KWEB is trying to recover a little bit also. So if we're going to play a China stock like an MNSO, keep an eye on the KWEB. Energy guys, these energy stocks, NE. Let's take a look at ASX. ASX, this is a gap up and reversal play. And the low of the week is $10. So there is room for this one to move down if it wants to. It's still positive for the day. Where are these guys out of? They're out of Taiwan. All right, guys, sixth break on fun is a big one, I think. Not fun. It's PHUN. There is a symbol fun. Okay, so it is not. It is PHUN. I'm always referring to, not FUN. And again, looking left, I think what did we see on the monthly chart? We saw 753 on the monthly chart. Okay, so it's got room on a monthly chart. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but MNSO guys moved. MNSO moved. So much for the bonsai, guys. BNZI, it is still up a little bit, but it has given up most of its pre-market gains. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Okay, guys, waiting to see if fun can catch up to rum. Okay, I mean, it's moved both social media stocks. All right, wow. 1010. I think I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find, including all of the scans, okay, that I'm sharing. Good morning. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find today. And most days. Okay. Right at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription. Okay. So there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. That will really go a long ways to keeping the room free. It's that simple. This is a free room and we use it for marketing, of course. So the more people who take out subscriptions using my promo code, then we know the room is kind of working in a marketing sense. Okay. It's that simple. If you do take out a subscription, please do not please do, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with the download and install, first startup and login. Scrolling down a little bit here, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, the two main elements of trade ideas. You must do this first, okay? If you take out a subscription, it's like any other software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do here, though, is in 10 short videos, cover all the important aspects, okay? If you are new to trading, this is a series of videos designed just for you. Trading 101, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It is free also. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And I believe it was fun, so it must be working well. PHUN must be working well. So if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. This is our user guide. Getting started, front and center. Way more detail now about what an alert window is. Oh, it is sound. You're right. I'm sorry. It is not fun. Is SOUN. Thank you. Amen. That is the trade of the week. Uh, alert windows. Much more detail about what the alert windows are. Top list windows. Stock races. You'll notice I'm running a stock race right here. Here's how you can create your own stock race with your own set of parameters. Price alerts. I use price alerts on our charts all the time. One last thing to look at, if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Obviously, a lot more in this guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the guide. Like any other guide that is, chock full of information, most of it you probably don't care about, okay? But it's there. But you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide. Oh, when I say most of it you don't have to learn about, you don't care. Look at a Word guide, MS Word. I mean, look how big that guide is. Look how big that manual is. But most people, all they care about is, okay, how do I print? How do I save it? How do I maybe change a font? Things like that, the very basics. Well, you can do the same thing with trade ideas. Next, getting started again right here. So daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1. I'll have to check to see who's going to spell me today. And before I take my break, I'll let people know who. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to YouTube. Should be Michael, but I'll have to confirm that. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, okay, scroll down, middle section, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Now, I have a lot of scans here that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running at the same time, okay? The ones that you can actually see that you can actually see, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes, it's here. Now, this one, the relative strength leaders, you can sort on different column headers, okay? I'm sorting on the change in 5 minutes. What you will see will be the change from the close. But notice this is a drop-down menu that you can sort on however you want. And you'll probably see more symbols. I think you might see 20. It's up to you. This is our templates, okay? Okay. You can adjust them as you see fit. I'm kind of liking to see the change from the 5 minutes. And then down here is the upside movers versus downside movers, okay? Now I have a couple of other scans that I have on my other monitor, the momentum scan. I also have the large cap gainers from the start of the race, and I'll explain these. And I also have the gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, so which is right here, gap continuation or reversal. And here's the large cap gainers. And here's the momentum. So people ask for my layout all the time. Not all the time, but they ask, do I have a layout that I'm sharing? I don't share the layout. Basically, a la carte, pick and choose what you might want. Okay. Not everybody wants everything. So that's why I don't create a big layout. You basically pick and choose what you might want. All right, now let's take a look at what trade ideas is really good at. Now, here's that INHD, guys. Let's see if the spread is tightened up. It's tightened up a little bit, but I don't know if I can really trust that it'll keep tight. So let me demonstrate the power of trade ideas using this momentum scan. Okay, that's why it's called. I don't know why the A isn't there, but it's an alert window. And if I right click, configure, this is going to tell me what the scan is looking for. And again, this what the power of trade ideas is in real time alerting. Real time alerting. Everything you see here is in real time. There are a lot of screening programs out there. And again, I like to say there's nothing wrong with a pure screening program. We can screen, of course, but we take it one step further. We can also real time alert. Okay. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, a very powerful filter that we have. That means the volume has to be at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is why I call a momentum scan because I've got a filter here. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So the bottom line is this. If all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's, wow, look at drug now. Yeah, so drug just made my goodness. So drug just made another new high of the day, 544. I'm not going to cry about it too much, okay, but left a lot on the table. So that's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. So drug at 10:18 plus 22 seconds met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts. Wow. And drug just got halted. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it. It's called Momo on my homepage. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range I've got. Maybe there's something else you don't like, or maybe you want to add in a filter. Okay, it's up to you. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. If you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can, of course. I'm going to click on search this time. At the very top, you can see we've got the new high of the day and the new low of the day. The two most popular filters, real-time alerts that we've got, not filters, but real-time alerts that we've got. But as you can see, as I scroll down, all of these icons will represent all of the real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling down, these icons are the filters that we've got. So again, just like the user guide, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't think, my gosh, this is way too complicated. How am I possibly supposed to know what all these mean? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So I guess it makes perfect sense. That's why they had to create all of these different real-time alerts and all of those different filters to satisfy the thousands of customers we have who want to create their own scans with all the different types of trading styles there are out there. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. If you're new to trading, you don't have to, don't worry. Like, what does check mark mean? What does inverted check mark mean? I don't even know. If I want to know, I can click on it and I click on help if I really wanted to know. For me, personally, I have a pretty simple trading style. All I care about is the new high and the new low of the day. And I only use a handful of the filters. I have a price range I like, a minimum volume that I want, things like that. It doesn't mean that all these that I don't use are bad. It just means that for my trading style, I don't need them. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Wow, that is one big wow. I had no idea that this was happening. So look at that. I mean, it pulled back down to four. I thought, okay, that's probably it. But look at this pop. And on volume, guys, on volume. Look at the volume. 36 million have traded, 3.5 in the float. That has traded the float basically 10 times. That is one big wow. And where could it open? Well, here's the halt price, 544. 560 is a potential open. You talk about a second day, and again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales. This blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Your broker must have something similar. And if it doesn't, change brokers. Uh-huh. All right, guys, let's go over this race. So this is called the biggest gainers from the start of the race, and I am sharing it. So let's wait for this race to really begin. I'm running 4-minute races, and it takes usually 30 seconds to get rolling. And again, I'm sharing it. I'm sharing this race. And if you want to create, again, your own race with your own time frame at all, just go to my homepage, click on my homepage, click on the education section, go to the user guide and a big section on TI stock racing. So what are you seeing right here is 0.92%. What does that mean? So that means that since the race started, BNZI has moved up 0.92%. Not a big move, but that's what you're going to see. You're going to see the stock that has moved the most since the race started at the top. Now it's 1.1%. Okay, but that doesn't have to remain, of course, because it's like any other race. Some other stock could take over. And notice what happens. Automatically, there is a top 10 list created for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see drug has won 4 races, Arab has won 3 races, etc. So a top 10 list is automatically created for you. And there's drug. Look at that now, 12.9. Look at that. I mean, and it just popped higher than the halt price, which was 544, popped higher than it. Now, I would not wait for a race to be over in order to click on an alert. I wouldn't even wait for a stock to be at the top to click on it. I would click on anything else in here just to see what is happening. Now, this requires some trading experience, of course. But, you might look at Siri, SIRI, and I look at it and go, okay, well, I mean, it's got room. I mean, $29, it's a big float, but $29 looking left on the weekly chart. So it's got a little bit of room. And you might look at that and go, okay, it meets my trading style, my plan. You have to have some kind of a plan. A lot of these can be used for potential pullback plays. So let's take a look at Holo, just out of curiosity. So yeah, so look at Holo, okay, had to pop up. It is pulled back. There's the VWAP. Now, if you don't know what the VWAP is and you're new, I mean, you're going to have to learn some of these terminologies. But if you understand what the VWAP is, a lot of people look at that as a support area. So 565, it's pulled into the area. Will that act as support? And then maybe it bounces off and moves higher. We don't know, but that's how you can use anything on this list or anything here. Check it out to see what it's doing. Or maybe you've got a moving average on your 5-minute chart or whatever time frame you're using that the stock is moving into that you like, and maybe that acts as support. So that is the basis behind the race, guys. Okay. So the race, again, will create a top 10 list. Now, the question really should be if you're looking at this for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? Great question. So if I right click on this race and open the top list, one of the options, open the top list. Oh, it actually showed up on this monitor. Okay. Usually it's on my other monitor. This is a huge list of symbols. Probably cannot even show them all. So why are these symbols showing up? Well, first of all races start off from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, notice there's the option, launch real-time stock race. Okay, so hopefully this is starting to dawn on you that you could create your own top list and run a race on it. Okay, so this is what this race is looking for. As long as the stock, as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll show up in this big list of stocks. That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. So now, Roman, if you're still around, this is how a person would use a top list window, and you can still use it, okay, like this. But before we had races, this is how somebody would use a top list window. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So right there is a C%, which is a change from yesterday's close. So if I double left click on it, I can tell you that drug is up 145% from yesterday's close. The close meaning what the last price was at 4 o'clock, okay, Eastern time. Wolf is up 28%, etc. If I want to find out what stock is up the most from the change from the open, it's opening trade of the day. As long as I have a column header, I can double left click. 132% is drug. Let me just answer. Okay, so it sounds like you were using our web-based version of Canada, right? The races are only available if you're using the downloadable application. I'm sorry. And as far as the relative strength leaders is concerned, yeah, I mean, as I say, what I'm sharing, you can keep it. Okay, this is what I'm using now. I mean, this is what yours would look like to change from the close, except you might have 20 symbols, okay, or more symbols. It's up to you. Okay, I'm just, all I'm giving you is sort of a template from what you can use, but this is probably what yours is looking like, right? Except it has more symbols, but it probably has drug right at the top, correct? But you must be using, unfortunately, the races are not available on our web-based version. So at least for me, I have this as a drop down. You see how I can pick different ways to sort it. So I'm picking now the change in 5 minutes. Completely up to you guys how you want to sort it. Okay, good, Roman. So that's what I was saying. You take your top list window, whatever parameters you want, and just add the column headers as I was talking about. The change in 5 minutes, 2 minutes, uh, 15, whatever you want. Then you can just sort on them, just like I'm doing now. Sorting with double left click. So so this is might be interesting news to know or information to have. That drug is up 126%, wave is up 31%. But what the race does, it takes it a step further. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from its opening trade. Okay, all it cares about is since the race started, what stock is moving the most in this giant list of stocks, percentage wise. That's all the race cares about. So, for instance, Tiva. Tiva could be a bit of an active one. So there's Tiva, which is up 3.2% from the opening trade. But what if all of a sudden Tiva started to move? It's up 4%, 5%, 10%, 15%. Well, how could you possibly know in a giant list of stocks what stock is moving the most? Well, that's what the race does. The race, again, doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from the opening trade. All it cares about is since the race started, what is moving the most in this giant list of stocks? All it cares about. So people ask all the time, well, how can I find something that's starting to move? Well, you can click on anything here. It may be just starting to move. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to keep moving, but look at Lay's, LASE. It's only up 3% right now, but maybe this one will really start to move. So that's the idea behind the races, and I'm going to show you this race. Going to show you this race, another race that I am sharing. The large cap gainers from the start of the race. Notice that here are the percentages here. Now, typically, you do not get like big percentage moves in this race. You'll get look at that 20. You almost never will you get like a 20% move in this race. Why? Uh, Boy, did I leave a lot on the table. The drugs. Wow, I need drugs to counteract how I'm feeling right now. So, why is this race so much different from this race? Well, let's take a look. But it's the same principle, okay? Exactly the same principle. A top 10 list will be built for you. And quite frankly, if you are a new trader, I would probably pay a lot more attention to a race like this than this one. Even though this one can give you the monster moves, but with monster moves up and get monster moves down, okay? These can be extremely volatile. These are not as volatile. Doesn't mean they're not good to trade though, but they're just not as volatile. So if I were new to trading, I would probably take a look at this race, even though this is way more exciting. I get it. So let's take a look at this race. And again, all races start from a top list window. I open this top list, quite a few, quite a few. Sometimes when I open it, but not as many as the other one. Okay, whoops, adjust this a bit here. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. I brought this from the other side. I want to see 10. So again, not as many in this list as in this list. Why? Because I added two filters. Now, a lot of times when I do this, I only see about 20 stocks, and I see a lot more today, which is really interesting because the market now the NAS is now down. I mean, now the market has taken a plunge. Look at the SPY now. Okay, so the tech stocks now are probably getting hit. So remember what we were saying before. The Dow was up or down, the NAS was up, and now the tech stocks are getting hit. So anyway, why are there fewer stocks in here? Because what I did was I added two filters. Put a minimum market cap of 500 million, okay? And then the float has to be at least 50 million. Those filters are not here. So with those filters in place, that means typically, I mean, not that 500 million is a huge market cap, but it's certainly larger than the market cap here. And that's why typically, now look how that list has dropped. Look how, like, as you can see, because the market is moving down, this list is starting to decrease, okay? Boy, yeah. No, I don't know. 10:30. I don't know. I don't think there's any economic news. One of those Fed guys talking. Nope. 11 o'clock. Yeah, 11 o'clock. We've got Treasury buyback preliminary. We have 11:30 and 1:05. We have a couple of the Fed presidents talking. But other than that, I don't see. I don't know if there's something geopolitically happening. Anyway, so again, this is a support room, also, guys. So if you've got questions, please don't be shy. I love getting questions. I love trying to answer the questions if I can. And if it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Yeah, well, let's take a look at SMH. SMH, the ETF for the semis. Yeah, look at Sammy. Yeah, I mean, it was hanging tough all day. Well, all day at the beginning, but right about there at 10:10 Eastern time. I'm gonna look to see if there's any specific news that I can see. I don't see anything. So this is certainly a it's another media stock, guys. I'm going to say definitely an alpha stock. Doesn't care what the market is doing. Okay, Curie moving higher, CURI doesn't care that the market is doing this. Wow, drug. I don't know what drug will counteract this one for me, but look at this, 850, 759 on the halt. This has just been a monstrous move here, guys. I got out right about here, just over the $4 level. I don't know if there's a big short position. I mean, we have here 2.95% short. I have no shorts available, Interactive Brokers. So my guess is that there are not a lot of brokerages that have. Well, okay, maybe William, maybe you can let me know for Fidelity. And I obviously there are some shorts available at Fidelity because you shorted this one earlier, right? I'm sure you're out of it. But there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I don't see a high short for a percent, 2.95%. That's shady. I think you got, I don't, yeah, added to, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to follow exactly on the WBA, but nicely done. 100,000 at Fidelity. Interesting. Yeah, none at Interactive Brokers for drug, which is a darn good thing. Honestly, that has probably saved me more grief than beating myself up, thinking, stupid IB with no shorts. Okay. Short here, short here. Do I short here? Do I short here? Do I short here? So, and at some point, will this become an insanely good short? I guess. Of course it will. I mean, it's not going to last, but pretty tough to pick tops on these sometimes. Yeah, look at CLS, Celestica. So moving down with the market, a big Canadian company. They changed their name a long time ago. Wolf is, yeah. I mean, I had tried to have that pop. I mean, $13 or 13.86 got back down $1, but now it's starting to drop again, and that is WOLF. I'm sure you could probably throw a dart and find a lot of stocks dropping hard right now. And Mama, just give me one moment, please. Well, I'm just there it goes, guys. So there it just came out of a halt. So this is a little bit strange. I don't know how many times drug has been halted, but oh, look at the give me a moment. I want to see what the volume is on this. Yeah, 47 million with 3.5 million in the float, and it just got halted again. I love that. Could open at 100. I'm kidding, but I might have to shut down my computer when I look at my exit price on drug. So with the halts and resumes, since we had that filter, which is about maybe, I don't know, 4 years now, what we had noticed is that, I think I explained it a long time ago, earlier today, that the first halt is usually pretty good. In other words, you see a stock get halted, usually it'll pop above the halt price when it resumes. Okay. That seems to, we saw that like, I would say 90% of the time, we'll say. The second halt usually can be okay, maybe a little bit of a pop, but usually the third halt is what we used to see. The third halt is where we would see start like maybe a lot of the big profit taking place. My point is that drug is not, drug is that's not happening. There's been no massive profit taking yet. Well, let's see where it could go. All right, your next high is 12 on the monthly chart. That it's a next high. It has broken through all these monthly highs that we looked at before. Not saying it's getting to 12, but maybe it will. Look at that. All right. Well, PHUN is doing its thing. This is from our AI, so not bad, not quite as exciting as the drug. So okay, so Fidelity must have dried up. The shorts at Fidelity have dried up. Well, I'm not saying, of course, it's not always, PJ. It's not always. I mean, there's no always. If it were always, then we'd be all multimillionaires. But we're just sort of in general. I find that the first halt is always up. First halt can be up. Second halt not as dynamic. And then the third halt is usually when we can see some profit taking. Drug is not following that pattern at all. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Time is at 10:46. Give me one moment, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I had myself on mute. I'm just responding to retired Fido at 10:46. He said there were no shorts available anymore for drug. Okay, just give me one moment. I'll answer your question. Learn you in. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, speaking of drugs, boy, one worked very well for me this morning. I had a real sinus problem, sinus headache or something, but the big issue was my glasses were really causing pressure on the top of my nose. And I got super, super light glasses, and I took that sinus drug. A miracle. Seriously. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to continue today, guys. The pain was really intense. Anyway, learn you. Okay, in the relative strength window, how do you get that drop down window? Oh yeah, way better, way better. Um, so I think this an option? I think this is an option. Yes. Just give me a moment. Now, if I can figure out how, because there's little. How do I get that option? I know Pepe is going to know if you're Pepe or you're hanging around. Ah, good. Okay. So learn you and anybody else. If you want this drop down menu, okay, just right click and go to properties and you see where it says tree map sort menu. Tree map sort menu. And then you'll get this little drop down and you can sort on any column you've got. Okay. And these are just columns that I've got in this top list window. You can sort on any column you've got. Okay. So hopefully that, so just again, so this is basically a toggle on and off, but properties, tree map sort menu. Okay, learn new. Did that work? I just took Advil, cold and sinus, just straight old Advil, cold and sinus, and it went away. I don't have a cold though, really. It was just more the pressure in the bridge of my nose that my glasses were making, and I normally when that happens, it's something to do with a sinus issue. Sorry, guys, we're getting a little medical here. I'm not a doctor. I only play one in this room. Okay, last bit of coffee. You cannot auto trade. No, you cannot auto trade the trade to wait signals. Right now, there's no actual alert. Okay, learn new. So the let me get. In fact, I don't have the trade wave up, so let me just get into it. Yeah, so there's no alert that you get. Okay, when you get this like on a chart. Now, if you're using, are you talking about now using? Excuse me. Are you using the actual scans? Wow, look at wow, my gosh, I traded PHUN earlier also, but got out. So anyway, the bottom line is you cannot auto trade. You have to manually trade. So I again learn you. Are you talking about using the go to new Market Explorer, the trade wave? Are you talking about like the buy in the 5 minute? Are you talking about this particular scan here? And there's fun. Well, you know what? Keep an eye on rum then, see if it rumbles here, guys, because another social media stock. Now, the issue with this one, there's the 200-day moving average. What a day! I'm actually semi exhausted, mentally exhausted. There's been so much happening. And then here's nice one for Shady, the WBA. And meanwhile, what's the market doing? The market is well, a nice bounce. You were talking about the chart. So again, I don't know what you mean when you say talking about the chart. So you can't. The only thing you can auto trade, okay, learn is you have to create your own strategy, okay, and then you have to use our B plus brokerage plus, and then you can auto trade your own strategy. But you're not going to get an alert when you get the B as an example. if that's what you're talking about. You're not going to get an alert in the strategy when you get, say, a flag that says B or the sell, if that's what you mean. Hopefully that makes sense. I have to put an alert here for this rumble. Go over that 200-day moving average because, I mean, this is just another social media company, and for people who maybe missed out on the fun, PHUN, they're looking for something else. I mean, it's up 12%, but it has not had the 59% move that fun has had. But I think it's got to get through that 200-day moving average. And if it does, then the next high, not that far away, 647, but these are this it may not matter that that's the next high. It may be more up here, more like the 770. Meanwhile, drug came out of the halt, and of course, oh, I haven't had a day like this for a while. On a stock, I just can't believe I didn't hold on a piece of it. Usually, I hold on a little piece of it. Well, if you're looking for a reason, Sam, there isn't really any, other than it's a low float, and for whatever reason, traders around the world have got a hold of it. Well, I did not keep a piece of it, Isaiah. That's what I'm saying. I usually on these ones, I usually keep a little piece just to see, if I can do something like crazy, and obviously that's what happened. But I did not keep a piece of it. So, learn, did I answer your question? If I didn't answer your question, just maybe rephrase it, or oops, don't know how that happened. Okay, guys, I just had a confirmation. It will be Michael taking over. Yeah, moment. Why is that up? Michael will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. in about 1 hour. Well, yeah, so this got halted almost immediately. Okay, so I'm going to say that 10:53. Yeah, so this is looking turning into more like a 10-minute halt now for drug. I don't have the halt here because it got halted almost like within probably 30 seconds of resuming, and that's a quirk for me and the server I'm on. I trade ideas, so I'm going to say that it probably got halted around. Well, in fact, I wonder if I can see an IV. Yeah, I can't really see. Anyway, it's probably a 10-minute halt at least now. So let's call it, 11:03 at least. And look at this potential open. Oh, man. No, you cannot learn. This is just interactive. Well, you can see the halt price here, okay, but there's no 100% guarantee. Most of these halts are volatility halts, okay, and so usually they're 5 minutes long. Okay, I would say that 95% of the time a halt is 5 minutes long. But if it's not 5 minutes, then it's a multiple of five. And now we can see right off the bat that this will probably be now more like 15 minutes, a multiple of five. Okay. And I'm talking drug. Most of the time they are 5 minute halts. So here's the time. So you just have to look at your clock, of course, your computer clock, and just add 5 minutes to it. So Excel got halted. Okay. Excel. Now this is a little interesting because usually we don't see expensive stocks like this. Because remember what the halt's all about. The volatility halt is all about. It has to move a certain amount in a time period, like a certain percentage in a time period, and so consequently, usually the more expensive ones don't have those big instant percentage moves. It's usually the smaller ones, the smaller price or the lower price ones. So in this case, though, Excel did get halted. Yeah, so Rome is not following. Definitely not following yet, anyway. Let's see where Excel opened. Excel actually opened lower, 27.89. Not usually too excited about these more expensive ones, trying to take them, but and you can see on the monthly chart, you can see there are about three highs. Almost the same price. I mean, that's a little bit less, but three highs in this area. Here's another one, guys. NIVF. We've seen this one in the past. Last week, in fact, it was a low of 56, and it got at one point up to $1, so almost a double. It's a little bit above last week's high, but look left. To me, anyway, there could be resistance around the 120 mark. Look at Excel now, guys. I don't know what's happening with it. It's a little odd. Don't see any news on it. Saw this one earlier, guys. This is the tabula rosa? No, tabula. Tabula is to me. There's too much resistance. Not that far away. All right, let's see where drug opened. What actually opened? No, opened at 1540 and on its way to who knows? Who knows? Let's take a look at the bid ask on this one. This could be the first drop we see. Okay, now this got supremely ugly. This is going to get halted on the way down. How do I know? Look how the bid ask is not changing. On a stock that is trading so rapidly. So now, now look where it could open, 1060. So it looks like the euphoria is wearing off in a big way. Yeah, I don't believe it. Well, I don't know why I don't believe it. I see it all the time. NIVF just absolutely exploded through all that. I thought maybe this would stall it, but there's the NIVF, 4 million in the float out of Thailand. Thailand. And it's probably I'm surprised it's not halted. Yeah, there it is. All right, guys, let's see where this one could open. 133 on the halt and 156 potential open. Our halts resumes is going insane today with all these low floaters. All right, Fleur. I know some of you were talking about Fleur or Footlocker. Sorry, not Fleur, Footlocker earlier on. Not an earnings play. Reports a multi-year partnership with the Chicago Bulls. Shares up. Okay. How's Nike doing? NKE. See if there's any sympathy move with Nike. Yeah, Nike's up a bit. Boy, how choppy have these ones been? So there's the OKLO guys. So OKLO, one of the small nuclear reactor segment. Let's see what SMR is doing. SMR was drifting down earlier this morning, so they're trying to come back again. Still negative. So let's see if SMR goes positive though. Thank you, Rich. Okay, so that's the news for EXEL. Let's see if that news has hit Interactive Brokers. Yep, Merck keeps inhibitor options open as it partners with Exelixis to test this drug, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just what Rich posted. So yeah, that's in my Interactive Brokers news. Well, I see this now. So maybe they had it yesterday also, but certainly didn't pop the stock. I see this now. Uh, Super sorry for you there, Michael. Okay, guys, drug just resumed. Well, I'm going to put an alert at around 1369 or so and see if it takes that out. The highs at what higher here. Takes out these highs right there in the 15-minute chart. Yeah, that's a tough one, Michael. So sorry. Talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Okay, well, what might get me into this one? Okay, so this is always my plan on the halts resume. So this has been halted at 133. If it moves down below 133, not in a huge way, I might take the trade. But that has to be up to you. Yeah, doesn't look like it's going to. Well, this wolf is just taking it on the chin now, guys. I mean, with it's funny. You see some stocks move, drug. I didn't see any news on it whatsoever, and then you get a stock like Wolf, which looks like it has good news. Okay, and the market is just selling off on it. Okay, a little bit of a bounce for Wolf now. A little bit of a bounce from 1330 to up to 1350. Let's see if that bounce holds or if it just that's a fake bounce. Put an alert down around 1340. Well, here's the China stock, of course, BZ. Now, what could it go down to? 1411. So there is room. There is room for BZ, and it's just underneath that whole number of 15, fairly psychological number. And let's take a look at China in general. Let's take a look at KWEB. Yeah, so KWEB, remember the last time we saw KWEB, it was actually starting to bounce. The 5 minute chart's a little out of whack here. There we go. So BZ moving down with KWEB. Oh, look at NIVF. I think it, so it came out of that halt, got up to 165. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you. Thank you. How long I've been. The trade of the week was SOUN, right? 490. Thank you. Okay, that was the entry. So, yeah. So far, an excellent, very good trade of the week. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. Now, what I'll be looking at right over here, 550, okay, and 552, two highs on the weekly chart. So, can it get through those highs in any big way? So, let's take a look. If it does, let's take a look on a monthly chart. And the next high on a monthly chart is 644 or so, 645. So if it can get through 545 or that 550 mark, then you got a high up here around 645 on the monthly as a potential area that it could get to. I've done it. Give me a moment. Well, we saw this one yesterday also, I think, ANVS. Yeah, we saw this one yesterday. I mean, this had a big day. Got up to 8:15, closed down here at 7:52. So it's approaching yesterday's high. Well, GJT, let's see, the next high on a weekly chart is around 35.50 or so, 35.89 actually, 35.77 on a weekly chart anyway. I can't remember what tech company had bad news. UNH was the one not a tech company, but that was the healthcare one that had the bad news this morning. But I don't know what tech company had bad news, William. Did anybody mention that? Oh, okay. I don't know. All right, guys. I'm just looking at here. How about this fly W? Okay, could be interesting. Over the whole number, and looking left on the weekly chart, a lot of room. 1843 or so is the next high. Looking left. TCOM, is that a bounce or a takeout? Yeah. So TCOM now, China stock guys, TCOM. But I want to see this the fly W. So the high looking left on the daily chart is 1710. So it's a little bit above that high on the daily chart. Okay, fly W. And the high on the weekly chart then is 1840. So there is some room on the weekly chart. What's the volume like? Yeah, pretty good volume, 4.2 times normal. It's a big float, bigger float than these ones. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one. This is not an earnings play. Spread is not terrible, 1710, 1714. The longer it holds over 17, the more attractive it becomes to me. Doesn't have to be to you, but no idea, Grumpy. I haven't heard from Sebastian in a while. So a whole ton of volume came in right here. Okay, a lot of volume. In fact, that is more than half the volume. That's on a 5 minute chart. That's more than half the volume of the day. It looks like this was about 400,000. and the volume right now is 740. So a lot of volume came in on that 5-minute chart. And let's see if some more volume can come in and scoot it higher because I love the room it's got. And I'm talking about the Fly W, FLYW. Problem is, you get this big volume surge, and then the volume just dries up. No, I know he mentioned it, Grumpy. I just haven't heard from him. Okay, I just haven't heard from him. Well, I'm sort of somewhat fixated on this Fly W to see how well the 1712, 1750 on the bid ask, how well it holds. Just like to see some more volume coming in. I hate to see just one big volume burst and then nothing. Good for you. I did not see that, Rich. The ASML did not see that. I didn't see anybody posting it. Not saying it didn't happen, of course. I just didn't see it. So that is the reason why the tech sector got hit a bit, I guess, with the ASML news. Soft guidance. When does ASML have earnings? Well, it had earnings. Oh, I'm sorry. Has earnings tomorrow. Okay. Pre-market has earnings tomorrow. Pre-market. So they're just kind of conditioning the market right now, I guess. Well, they did. So it's earlier. We have the six. It is the 15th today, right? Yeah. We have that they're released on. They're supposed to release on the 16th, unless I read this wrong. Yeah, October 16th. There you go. Appears to leak early. So yeah, so that was the problem. It looks like appeared to leak early. So our provider is correct. It was supposed to be on the 16th, but look what happened. So somebody's head should roll. Whoever posted that on their website. Okay, John, we'll see you tomorrow. And that's so bad. I mean, I just find because people like myself, not that I would be in this one because it's out of the price range I like, but I never hold anything through earnings, and you can't control this. Then, if there's some kind of a leak, you can't control it. You could be, in this one thinking, okay, I wonder if it's going to move. Okay, I'm going to get out before the end of the day. I'm not going to hang around for earnings, and you don't have that chance. All right, guys, 11:30. So I have another half hour left before Michael Noss takes over for me in our YouTube room. I wonder if drug is really over. Yeah, it may not be, guys. I mean, it may not be completely and utterly over. Takes this out right up here. This 13. I know you're giving up a lot, but that 1375, which is the high of these two, 5-minute candles, with the way it's trading, anything is possible. So that's why I have a price alert set at around 1350 for the drug. Actually, around 1381. See if it takes it out with any enthusiasm translating to a big volume bar. Boy, look at this one. VKTX is on the move here. The next high looking left is 6750. So I'm sorry. So it's right at that high. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 6874. So a little bit of room, not much though on a percentage basis, but VKTX is moving. Not a ton of volume though. 500,000. That's only 50% of normal. Ugh. So this is halted on the way down, guys. XCUR halted on the way down. I need a break. What time is it now? 25 minutes left for me, guys, until I get my break. I am sure he spelled that the way he wanted to, Grumpy or William. I know. I know you're making a bad pun. It was a pretty good one, actually. Okay, fun guys. PHUN. Now, what did it pull back into? The 654, so a little bit below the VWAP area. This could get rocking again, guys. The high, of course, today was $8, so has some room, and that's the PHUN. Okay, guys, Fun is trying to hold that 7 level. That's the PHUN. All right, little move here for this PSTX, guys. Posada Therapeutics. Yeah, too much resistance, in my opinion, too close. Take a look at the daily chart between the current price and 267 or so. To me, it's just too close. All right, ATYR, which had a not bad couple of days, but really moving now. Not a low float, 73 million in the float. The only thing I see is they're going to be presenting at some micro main event. What day? Yeah, so it's in the future, a couple of weeks from now. So it's moving ahead of that, I guess. Now let's take a look at ATYR on a monthly chart to see where could it. Oh, okay. The next high looking left that I can see, so it's a little bit above that. Looks like it started trading as ATYR back here. I don't know if it's a SPAC or an IPO, or cheap IPO if it was, but we're showing a lifetime high. All right, guys, I took some of the ATYR and let's see if it has any sort of a move in it. I'm not trusting that that's really a lifetime high. I don't recall this one. I'd have to go back check my IPO calendar, but this has started trading as ATYR in July. I just don't trust that it's really an all-time high. Maybe it had a symbol name change. I really don't recall this one being an IPO, and I don't recall it being a SPAC that turned into this. Having said all that, I'm in it. Yeah, it must have been something else, perhaps. Yeah, unless, well, no. Normally, our provider or our charts usually will show the stock that was trading as a symbol before, and then it stops trading for years, and then some other company decides it wants that symbol. But anyway, I don't. So I don't really know what's going on with this. The VWAP held, so pretty good volume. Well, actually, very good volume. 6.7 times normal. But anyway, it's a big float, so I'm not anticipating that it's going to have like a any sort of a monster move. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, what a bounce for the OKLO. Good for you guys. I think some of you took this one. OKLO getting right into yesterday's high. Sorry, last week's high and the week before, getting into this area right here. Oh, thank you. Okay. Sirop in our YouTube room, thank you very much. So that's what happened. It used to be Life, Life. Let's take a look and see if Life even comes up. And then they changed symbols to ATYR. Yeah, so Life has disappeared. Thank you in our YouTube room. Well, I wish you would get a little more life into it. It's just starting to, it's basically where I bought it. So, and there's the INHG guys. I mean, yeah, what's the spread like? Still a bad spread for 450. Well, that tightened up, believe it or not. Now, if at the end of the day this is a $10 stock, that spread won't matter. But my crystal ball doesn't tell me isn't that good. Hmm. Yeah, because C in the pre-market looked okay, and it is. Yeah, you're right. So is STT. STT is kind of looking the same. It is now it just went negative. STT went negative. Another earnings play, another bank earnings play. STT went negative, sitting right on that 90 mark. Wow. OKLO. What a great recovery. So there was some news for this one this morning, okay, saying the USDOE approved the conceptual safety design report for the Aurora fuel fabrication facility at Idaho National Laboratory. Okay, so that is the news for OKLO. Didn't help it at the beginning, but certainly, I mean, that news is being digested a little bit better now. And let's take a look at SMR. Is it doing anything? No. So OKLO is definitely trading on its own, guys. Definitely trading on its own. Let's take a look at NNE. Those three kind of trade together. Yeah. So OKLO is actually by far the better right now. By far. Today. Today. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching this ATYR. It's basically where I bought it. It's not moving at all. I'm going to give it a little more time. It dips a couple of pennies, I'm out. I'm going to be on my break anyway, so I don't want to hold it during my break. Kind of hoping it would pop into the high 60s, low 70s. But take a look at what drug is doing, guys. Okay. It is, you know what? I mean, now this is kind of turning into that stock, that type of stock that I like later on in the day. The more it kind of holds in this area, and maybe in the afternoon, maybe I don't know, after 1 o'clock, all of a sudden you get some volume coming back, and it could shoot up again. I know it's up 400%, but believe it or not, we've seen stranger things happening. So that have happened. So I like the way it's just kind of trading in this range, and it might have that pop. I'm not anticipating it will. I'm not taking it now. I did not see IB Interactive Brokers. Always have to laugh. Yeah, so it is pretty choppy, but I'm always amused that Interactive Brokers has a lot of shares available to short its own stock. 2 million. And it's really got to take out this 200-day, in my opinion. Okay, it has lagged fun for sure, but there's the 200-day moving average is 620. I mean, it did briefly. I mean, it got above it a little bit, 629. All right, guys, it is now 10 to 12. So what I'm going to do now in our YouTube, I'm sorry, in the main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael while he takes over for me for about an hour in our YouTube room. Okay, he's not there yet. I'm just making sure I don't forget to put the link in. Ooh, drug guys might be happening earlier. Earlier. I mean, this might happen early. Look what it got to. Very risky right now, but hey guys, well, you're on your own, but ah, well, okay, guys. Guys, I think our charts are a little slow here. I think our charts are slow. Just to be forewarned. Yeah, something's wrong. I think something's wrong with our charts, guys. Don't rely on our charts right now. I cannot confirm that 100%, but yeah, don't rely on our charts right now, guys. I think really, really, because I'm seeing 1331 here, and that's not right. It's at 1370 right now. I think that we might have an issue. I'm going to have to ask. Oh my goodness, I know why. I know why. I cannot believe I did that. I cannot believe I did that. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. No, 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 no. It was completely my fault. I actually took wolf and not drug. I had traded wolf earlier and I had taken wolf when I thought I was taking drug. Oh man, because wolf is up at 1385 and I thought I was in drug. If you can believe it, I'm looking at that the price of drug at 1330 and now it's even lower. I think what's going on? Well, that's working. It's working. Okay, I'm going to get out of wolf. Okay, I'm getting out of it. So I got very, very lucky. I actually took wolf instead of drug. It's in my IB, and I thought I clicked on wolf on drug, and I clicked on wolf instead. And it didn't dawn on me because drug was up in that price range. But I wasn't really looking at the chart so much. I was just looking at this and thinking, okay, great. Anyway, wolf. I definitely need a break. Okay, guys. So I'm going to put the announcement up here. Michael is not in our YouTube room quite yet, but I'll put the announcement up. And when he gets here, I will. Whoops. And you know what? While I was doing all that, I took myself out of the ATYR for a small loss. I didn't want to hang on to that while I thought I was in this wild and woolly drug. Oh, getting back to drug. Remember, we saw it up here. It was in the 13s. Yeah, this is what I saw. Well, it would have worked out okay because I was thinking I was getting in around 1340, but anyway, we'll see later on. Later on, I'm going to reset my price alert, okay, for drug and see later on if it takes it out again. So TVGN, that was this cheap one above yesterday's high now, guys. TVGN above yesterday's high. And it got halted. TVGN got halted. Where could this go? Let's take a look at a monthly chart. And where could it go? So let's take a look at a monthly chart. And so the answer for that one is 148. Looks like is the next high. Yeah, 148 is the next high in a monthly chart. If it gets through that, the next high is way up here at 478. Not saying it's going to get there if it takes out 148, but you can just kind of see the type of potential void fill we've got going. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. All right. What about Wave? Is Wave doing okay? Wave is actually not bad. I mean, it's it had the big move yesterday. I'm sorry, today. This is today. Sorry, that 5-minute chart. I'm sorry. Pull back, and 1088 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. Let's see if it holds. Is a low float Israeli stock, 2.5 million in the float. Let's see if this holds. This 11 holds. Boy, there's some big moves though. I mean, 5-minute chart, 1166, $11. Those are very big moves. Don't see any news on it. Yeah, the only reason I'm out of the Wolf guys is because, well, first of all, as you know, it was the mistake I took it, but is because I'm going on my break and I'm actually going to have to leave my computer for about 5 minutes probably. So I don't want to be in something and I, yes, I know I could put in a hard stop, but I'd rather, I like to monitor the trades I'm in. I mean, this stock could also do something later on in the day, I suppose. PHUN, it's a low float, 11.3 million. Traded the float almost 3 times. Yes, there is, Rajan. There is a very simple way to do it. I'll be taking my break. Hopefully, Michael can help you, okay? We have a filter that's called, we have a filter so you could put, say, the min at, just for argument's sake, at 95, the max at 98, as an example. So it's just a little bit below. So you can monitor a stock that is just sort of near. Let's see if 52-week high. Let me just see if I can find that. So here are all our positions. Let me see if I can see something that says that. Here's a position in year range, okay? Year range, position in year range. So for instance, if you use that filter, add the filter and put, say, and it's up to you, whatever you want to use, but say 95, 98, min 95, max 98. That'll show you stocks that are within 5% anyway, between 2 to 5% of the year high. And then you can monitor them. That make sense? So use the position in year. And then, of course, with your top list, with the price range you want, minimum volume that you want, things like that. And then just sort on that column, add it as a column header and sort on it. And then you'll see the ones that are, closest. So I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Oh, I see. I think Michael might be having an issue trying to get in. Maybe his mic is not working. Yeah, I'd like to see it break the 200-day myself for the rum. I think, but Shady is in it already. I would just like to see. I mean, it's not that far away from it. Excuse me, not that far away. The 200-day is 619 actually. So I'd like to see it get a little bit over that. Okay, so Michael is obviously having some problems with his mic, I think. In all seriousness, though, guys, you might want to keep an eye on Wolf. Okay, WOLF. It's over 14, and maybe it'll have a nice recovery. I mean, I think it's still up for the day. Okay, guys. Well, rum is up. Rum is over the 200-day now. Maybe it's going to go. Yeah, he's just texting me now. Yeah, so Michael's having a problem getting into our YouTube room, guys. So well, while I'm waiting, guys, here's another one that is starting to move. SLRX, big move. Look at the volume coming in. Big volume coming in. Didn't see this in the pre-market. It didn't really do anything in the pre-market, but this is SLRX. Look at all these low float crazy ones. 1.4 million. 3.5 have traded. 3.4 have traded already. So this is another one. And take a look left. On that weekly chart, the next high is 241, maybe a little bit close, but if it can take that out, then the next high is 296. So there's the SLRX. You probably were mentioning it earlier, maybe. Draw. You're always trying to steal my thunder. Kidding, of course. So this, okay, I'm saying 1 p.m., so it might be a little bit later, okay, depending on when Michael gets in. Ugh, look at that drop. 229 instantly down to 188. I mean, those are big percentage drops. Nope, there's no final release for the money machine. It has to be tested, Casey. Has to be tested in our simulator. Then we have to test it with real money. I would not expect it until the new year, sometime in the new year. Okay, guys, again, I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. I'm a little distracted because I have a few things I have to do while I'm on my break. My break is not really a break. It's a break from the mic, and that's about it. So I'm going to have to revise this, okay? Look at this. I mean, how quickly was that up? And now how quickly was this down, this SLRX, and halted on the way down? You got to be so careful. Haven't said it today. I should say it every day, 100 times. If you're in one of these low float situations, never, ever wander away from your computer. Okay? Look how quickly that went up and then how quickly that went down. Again, guys, this wolf might be a nice one. I mean, it's over 14 now. I mean, it's still up 24%, but it had the drop. Big news. And for whatever reason, it decided to sell off, profit taking, or whatever it was. But it is really looking interesting over 14. Okay, guys, it's not going to be Michael. Chris says he'll take over, okay? Michael's having an issue. We're trying to get his mic to work in our YouTube room. So I'm just waiting now for Chris to show up. So I'm going to put the announcement in again. And what time is it right now? 12:11. So I'm going to say, oops. Let me say, I don't know when he's going to get here. I'll say 1:15 p.m. ET, okay? Come on, Rum. I'm in it, guys. I'm actually in this one. I'm just waiting for it to, I thought it was, once I got into the 20s, I thought it might have a nice move, but so far it's still at the 200-day, I think.
Barry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, thank you.
I
definitely need a break.
And yeah, you take off, buddy. I got
just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room right now. Let me repost the YouTube link, okay? Give me a moment, Chris. Just reposting the YouTube link. So Chris is in our YouTube room right now. Okay, so I'm going to come back at around, Chris, is that okay? Around 1:15?
Yeah, that's fine. I might go a little silent on the mic on and off because I've got to go to the dev meeting, but I don't really participate much in it. So I'll be here anyways.
Okay, well, I'll try to hurry up. I just have some things I have to do.
No, don't rush. Don't rush. I can handle.
Okay, thank you.
See you in a little bit. You got it.
Okay, bye.
All right, everybody. So you're
guys,
getting a double dose of me today here. Or you're getting a double dose of me this week, I should say. Bear with me 1 second, just making sure I've got everything the way I need / want it here. And, as I went through that whole spiel yesterday, I'll spare you most of it. It's open forum. I don't have any content done for you folks. Probably less prepared today than I would have been yesterday. So please do fire in any questions you have, and we'll get those answered the best we can for you. All right, nobody's got anything coming in for me today so far, but I take a stroll around my top 10 anyways on my relative strength from the open scan here. Bear with me. Here we go. So let's look at the last winner, MEG here. Very little insider activity there. Let me pull up configure search insider. So just this held by insiders here. That's it. Just 1%. Nothing else. No other fancy things, unfortunately, when it comes to insiders. So just that one item. If you want a definition of exactly what that is doing, let me share that with you here. And link. There we go. So that's the definitions page for that there. Just that one item. And yeah, keep any questions, please keep going. Keep going. All right, so sorry, MEG. So, things in a big downtrend, obviously, on this daily chart, but bounced here off of 20 pretty good, continuing to have itself a run here going into today. It's, doing it on not a ton of shares traded, 570,000, about to be 571,000, 572. So, so you splitting hairs. Is this liquid? Is it not liquid? Spread isn't the worst it could be for a $27 stock. And we look at the volume back here, pretty muted. We've got this increased volume coming into it during the sell-off. So it's an interesting divergence that went on with that. As my drawing tool loads, there we go. So what do I mean by divergence? Well, we've got this increased volume going on here as we continue to sell off here. And then as the volume started to taper back down again, we got this bounce. So that's what I mean by divergence. You've got price moving one way and volume moving another. So interesting note, there it is. DRUG, this thing has gone extra batty today. I was listening into the room on and off with Barry in between other tasks that I've got going on around here today. And I mean, what do you even say about something like this? It has this, quote, wild day yesterday here. And then today, I mean, clean looking chart on the 5-minute anyways. It doesn't mean it was an easy trader. These bars are very wide in price. You're going from $4 or just under $4 to, just under $5. I mean, those are massive moves on a percent basis, even more so here on this. Obviously some halts that have gone on it. I know Barry got in it. I want to say he got in somewhere under 4, got out just around 4, just over 4. If I was listening correctly, I think it was one of those real early trades for him. And, that's the name of the game. There's no way to know that it's going to make this incredible move like that, especially when you've already been part of an incredible move like that. And so, hindsight's 2020 on all these things like that. But there's drug quite a move. PHUN. Pretty hefty move here on that as well. I've got a simulated position in it that I'm trying to screw around with. This one a gap up, and it was, this is very tough looking through here. Those topping and bottoming shadows again, some pretty decent percent moves in here with some of that stuff before it goes on and explodes all the way up, gets rejected off that 8 level. And, as I'd always say, I'd encourage you, if you're trying to figure this all out, still trying to put the puzzle together, draw a line at highs and lows of days sometimes, and look at where those lines transpose on the daily charts, right? You're going to find price will a lot of times touch that level and find it as a level of interest. You can see back here someday when this transposes across to this chart.
Hello, Chris. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, okay.
You got it all sorted out?
Yeah. Stay tuned in case something explodes, but I'm going to go so far so good here.
All right. Very good. Very good. I mean, if you want to, take the whatever off, wait, you're ahead of me in time, so it's afternoon for you already.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think I'm all right. So
All right.
I'm gonna go unless something explodes, which certainly could. All right.
Just give me a slap if anything happens.
Will do. Thank you, Matt.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, bye. All right. I think that's like the second week in a row with computer issues, which is kind of unnerving, but the show will go on. Right? New computer. So I'm just going to do a little software reset on everything when we're done here. Install a new operating system, see if that ends up helping things out. But and thanks, Chris, for taking it over. But I'll be here for the next hour to help out with live Q&A and figuring out what's going on in the market and all that kind of stuff. So as always, make sure you're asking questions when questions come up. So let's see, because I haven't really had a chance to look at the market today. So while I wait for questions, this usually ends up being what I do, is I get to finally take a look at what's going on today. Get some sort of idea of what's out there. And looks like this PSIL is kind of the top of my ETF watcher. That is the psychedelic sector. So psychedelics are doing good. Little wick there, but right back down. It's a very interesting overall look. This has obviously been absolutely demolished from $93 down to $8. This is just a bunch of stocks that represent the new and budding psychedelic sector. And obviously had a bit of a hard time for a long period of time, but seems to be turning around and doing okay now. So a little bit of a pop. Let's see what we got 4 times normal volume today. So that's interesting. What's just the overall volume situation look like? Are we getting a big, a little bit of a pop here. Yesterday, it's interesting, wasn't a huge amount of volume. Now only 10,000 shares today, right? So this is a very, very low volume ETF, which is what it is, as they say. Just a good way to always keep an eye on sectors and what sectors are doing poorly, what sectors are doing phenomenally, where things are going well, where things are going poorly, all that kind of stuff. Where we go as well, right? Do we have lessons for new members? Absolutely. Let me take a look here. We have all kinds of a easy way to take a look. Just go into the education section. open this up. So we have all, if you just go to, and I'll share this website in the little link there, right here. And taking a look at, so this is it's me learning out how to restore macOS. Yeah, this is the link that I just put in the chat there. So we've got a whole getting started series on trade ideas here. We have, how to download and install, and we got some that kind of stuff going on in there. We have the daily sports sessions, which you're in right now, the free trading room, educational videos, the back to basics series, all kinds of stuff, right? So the rabbit hole goes deep, as they say. Oddsmaker doesn't have the ability to track historical news. No, right? Not just price and volume, everything that you see in the system. But yeah, how would you backtest news, right? Because no news event's going to be at all similar, right? That'd be a hard one, I would say, to find something. As someone who uses multiple backtesting tools, I don't know how you would do a news type of event. All right. So LRCX. Oof. Not something I'd be too interested in. If that's your trading style, fill your boots, but looks a little gross to me. As we dip in, right? So we got a pretty gnarly dip going on there. On above normal volume, so anything could happen if that's part of your plan that you've tested to buy stocks getting just reamed. I don't even see any support here, anything to play off of. Right? But if it's putting in a candlestick setup or something that you'd like, go ahead. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I look to avoid myself. Get me in a lot of trouble. What's the news there, huh? Amid concerns of mid-cycle correction. What does that even mean? So yeah, if it's part of your plan, go ahead. I just see something that's crashing down to new lows, and then it's obviously all about it's all about time frame, right? If you're talking for you want to scalp it for a buck here or there, well, maybe, right? It's beaten up quite a bit. If you're looking for someone who I want to buy this thing for a long period of time, then I'm more of a buy stuff as it goes up as opposed to buying stuff as it goes down. I hate, and I think it is very harmful, the whole buy low, sell high. I think that's like the worst saying possible in trading, right? Is buy low, sell high. Well, the answer to that, which one of these do you think, speaking of, oof. Right, so yeah, these are things getting INHD, that's getting absolutely killed. So the market doesn't like that one. TVGN. So well, if I had to pick one, which I don't, but if I had to pick one, I'd pick the one that's going up to continue to go up, as opposed to the one that goes down, continues to go down. Right, there's not a lot that we know for certain in finance there is one of them is that trends persist, right? Things go up and for periods of time, and things go down for periods of time. If something's going up, then it's more likely than not going to continue to go up. If things are going down, then it's more likely that it's going to continue to go down. Now, something that has gone from, what's the price here? Something that has gone from 37 cents to $1.20. I don't know if I'd be chasing it up here, but it's whatever you've done and you've tested over the long run, and right, you've sat there and you've done your tests and you've done your numbers and you go, yep, this is something that I've tested it a couple hundred times, and it in the long run is going to do well. Then it's certainly something you should do. If it's not that, then if you haven't tested what happens when a stock massively gaps up like that, then that's definitely not something that you should be getting involved with, right? Because that's a dangerous one to start kind of testing a 37 cent gap to a massive dollar. So right, triple in price. WW, Weight Watchers. Yeah, this is one that's probably going to get murdered by the whole Ozempic thing, right? Who's going to go to a diet center like this when you can just pop a drug into you and not have to worry? What else going on? What is even the SPY doing? Haven't had a chance to look today. A little bit of a reversal from that yesterday's range, but we're just inside yesterday's range, which, having a little bit of a rest when you've made new all-time highs certainly isn't a bad thing. We go take a look at IWM. Ooh, IWM's doing strong. So that's very interesting. So small caps are doing well. SPY is not doing well. Oh, and then RSP is doing well. So this is the equal weighted S&P 500. This takes out a lot of that, a lot of the big cap kind of tech names. So it seems that the overall market is doing fantastic. The big guys aren't. So I bet you if I look at NVIDIA, it must be down pretty substantially today. Yeah, it's a little bit of a sell-off. Guys like Tesla, I don't know, Tesla's holding on. SMCI, probably down a bit. Yeah. Yeah. So what's happening with the semis? Because you look at this. This is a pretty substantial difference, right? With S&P 500 down 1/3%, and then RSP, which is your equal weight, up 1/4%. That just shows me that there's something up here. There's some reason that there's a big push to a big push out of the big cap guys and into the smaller cap guys, which for us who are traders, great. Just means we have a different playground to hunt in. That's no big deal. But it's just different from what we've normally been seeing, in which we've had small caps getting killed, and we've had these other ones getting killed, and then we've had these large caps doing phenomenally. I don't see any overall news. Maybe if I just go NVIDIA, and then I'll just hit our news tab here. AI chip export controls. That must be it. The U.S. government may cap the sale of advanced artificial intelligence chips from America to other countries, according to. So, yeah. So the government's saying you can't sell these to people we don't like, and that's obviously not good. Overall, if you're a company, you want to sell them to people the government likes and people the government doesn't like. You want to sell to everybody. So that's what's causing that little sell off there in NVIDIA. So that's what's causing that little sell off in the market. It's why I think RSP is such a useful tool when it comes to market analysis. Is that if you're someone who just looks at the S&P 500, you go, oh, it's a bad day. We're down. That's a bad day. But if you take a look at anything else, right? You take a look at IWM, probably MDY, which is our mid caps. That's doing well. It's doing very well, the mid caps. So mid caps being 2 to 10 billion. IWC, which is the micro caps, it's doing well, which is the little tiny guys. And then if you look at the Qs, yeah, the Qs are down, but QQQE is the equal weighted Qs. Oh, that's still down. So yeah, so it's a tech sell off. XLK is our technology fund. So tech is down and everything else is up. PSIL. Whoa. What is going on there? Oh. No, that's a long time ago, that news. What is in PSIL? MindMed, a drug. Was drug moving today? Did I see that on some scans? Whoa. Yeah, okay. That's what's going on. Well, that explains it. When one of your market constituents is up 429% today, that makes absolutely perfect sense that you're going to have a big pop in your ETF that you're a part of. What a monster that is. What are the other CYBN down, MNND up a little bit. What else did they say was in there? CMPS not moving. So what happened with drug? No, I will not support you. Thank you. Someone? Right Minds, this just says participation in a conference. Okay. And that is up for a 500% increase. Just weird that what's getting me about this is that I'm seeing this, which is a psychedelic company, but I'm not seeing participation from any of the other psychedelic companies, which just seems weird. But it is what it is. So that's why this thing's moving so much, right? Low volume, and it looks like a big component of it is that drug stock, right? So OKLO and SMR. Oh yeah, these I know SMR. Me and Steve talk about on the podcast all the time. OKLO is I think it's the same name, right? 20% pop on that guy. That's a good look. And yeah, MindMed. So yeah, so that's about it. Like if you look at the rest of these ETFs, everything's doing phenomenally. We have KRE, which is regional banks, doing great. We have KBE, which is just the bigger banks, also doing fantastic. We have real estate doing well. We have REITs, a lot of ETFs doing very, very, very well. The financials, gold, silver, Bitcoin, It's an up day. MSOS. No, so weed is not participating with psychedelics, which is interesting. COPX. Copper's down. SLX is down. Yeah, so just an interesting day. We have a kind of one theme that's kind of pushing the whole market today. Everything else is, either up a little bit, down a little bit. Right? We have oil down a little bit. We have financials and that type of thing up a little bit. Overall, for not a do nothing day in the market, but we got this guy going crazy. So I still own some MindMed, but the reason I'm looking at this so hard is I may look to get re-involved. This was something that was a trade of the week a while ago as this broke through $5 right back here. And then it had this craziness. So I remember getting a double on at least some of the position and just kind of saying, you know what, I'll hold the rest. I got a double, right? The amount of shares I have left, it dwarfs in comparison to the amount of money I made on it. And usually I'll do that. If I make so much on a trade that I can sell most of it and then tuck that away somewhere, I'll do that and just kind of see what happens with it. But now it's right back down to that $5 breakout area where it was before, right back into that zone. And now it's bouncing off $5 into $6. And if there's some sort of news out there for the psychedelic sector that's getting everybody a little bit hot and bothered, maybe we're finally getting a bit of a downtrend break going on here. Because that would be a nice little play if we do get a push down and then some sort of reversal from there. And then if MindMed's going to do a drug and just quintuple in price, that would be nice. 600% now up. Oh, that makes sense though. Just look at the float up here. 3.5 million shares in the float. It's done 69 million shares today. So we have the float changing hands a ton of times. What does even the intraday chart of this thing look like? Yeah, just crazy. It's new all-time highs here and then freezes. Halts. What's just weird is you're not seeing anything, right, with any of the other psychedelic stocks. You're not getting anything. Not even like a little bit of something interesting. Yeah, that drug's crazy. So I'm really pondering a little bit of mind med here. You got to think there'd be a non-zero amount of fall through. It doesn't have to be crazy. You think there'd be some, like some amount of I think people trying to catch up. Starting to move a little bit, 2%. 2% is not too bad. Only 2 times normal volume, right? Where we'll have drug, we'll have like 1,000,000 times normal volume. Yeah, 684 times normal volume. And PSIL with 23 times normal volume. So yeah, you'd expect some amount of follow through when it comes to these other guys. So I'm going to keep some of these on watch. I'm going to put in some price alerts. I'm going to put a price alert for MindMed, maybe over $6. Probably the easiest way to do it. Say, hey, let me know if this thing's going to break $6. Put CMPS. And say, hey, if this breaks 636. And then put, what's the other one? CYBN. That's a big one. Say if this gets over this. Now, if these things start to go crazy, then what's really going to go nuts is is this PSIL, right? Because these are all holdings. The thing about some of these ETFs, like APSYL, is that there's there's not a lot of different names that can do this kind of stuff, right? There's not a lot of there's not like a million psychedelic companies, right? It's a newer kind of company. It's a newer kind of thing, right? So there's not, you're not going to have a million companies to choose from. You're going to have a couple. So if this thing starts to fall, you're probably going to get the other part of that, right? Where they're all going to kind of fall together, right? They're not going to keep on. They're not going to keep on keeping on. Let's go to here. Yeah, so I just put some alerts in. If we get some kind of move, then obviously I'll be alerted. If this is the end of something like drug and it just comes crashing back down, then come crashing back down. This halt has to be somewhat near an end, you would imagine. You would hope. Is this thing even going to unhalt by the time I'm done here? This is wild. I think I remember seeing in our Slack that Barry had some of this. I don't think he still does, or else I would be seeing, I think, much more excitement, much more happiness, in which I don't see. So makes me think he probably got out a little bit ago, gapped up again. So it opened. That $20 got to be that's got to be the height, right? Nope. Looks like we're going to go through. You would imagine there's got to be a bunch of people who are in this thing. Go from there. What am I going to print at Wealth 365? Now, Wealth 365, I'm going to talk about TradeWave, which is actually a video I have to do when we're done here. I have to do the TradeWave Tuesday video. Yeah, it's I'm doing it, I think, after the close. So the money machine really wouldn't make much sense to do. No, so that's 5 o'clock. Yeah, so at 5 o'clock my time. So 4 Eastern is when I'm doing it. So the market will be closed. So basically, I'm going to go through some of these TradeWave scans, like this guy. Oh, I think I hear a Barry, and I don't hear.
You heard my cat. You might have heard my cat giving a little meow.
I don't hear you super happy and close to retirement, so makes me think you're still not in drugs.
I am in drug.
Oh, nice.
I am in drug. That's why I wanted to come back. I heard you talking. Yeah, no, I was out drug way early. I know you saw me in this, or the what I posted in the Slack thread, just around $4, and then I missed that massive move. But I had my alert set just around 13.50. And I was actually watching that China IPO one that came out, and then I got the alert. So I got in around 13.83, took some out around $2, and now I'm out completely. It popped up to almost, as you said, it got up to 20, another $2 on about $4 on the entire
like to the tick, right? Yeah,
crazy.
Exactly crazy. To the tick. That's
20 yeah. I did not get out at 20. No, I did not get out at 20.
No, I just mean that the fact that it stopped, like,
you're right, it did stop right at 20. Right. And you know what, Michael, it could go again. It could literally go again.
What's the story here? As you know,
don't know.
I'm MindMed.
Honestly, don't know.
That's what I spent most of the time doing, because you can see my screen here. It's this PSIL, yes. Right?
Yes.
So it's funny because this is the psychedelic sector ETF, and it's obviously rocking. I'm trying to figure out why. So I was going through CMPS.
Why am I not I'm out of it completely. Wow, it just popped up to 21 something, but right back down to 18. Wild stuff, Michael. Wild stuff.
Yeah, like if you look at the other guys, they're not moving. Like CYBN is down. CMPS is flat. MindMed's up 2%.
Well, it had a little move yesterday. It went from 97 and it closed at, well, not a little move. I mean, it looks a little compared to today, but it had a move from about 97 to 250 yesterday. That's where it closed. And then this is where I saw it this morning. I said, okay, this looks like a bit of a continuation play. Scouring for news, saw nothing. I don't think anybody's been able to find any news.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you know what? Doesn't matter. The news is try to make that middle 2/3 and more if you can.
Yeah, the news is it's got a 3 million share float. It's on 70
That's the news.
Today, right?
You know, we're kind of kidding, but 72 million have traded. Yeah, and it's got 3.5 million in the float. That's kind of the news. Somewhere somebody decided, you know what? Let's pump this thing. I don't know.
It's just so weird because it's only got a 2% short float. So
I know
like, it's just really weird. Which it's one of those things that if you had the guts, you know it's going back. Like there's 100% chance in the next few days, if the price is up here, that this company's doing an offering. Like they have to. You know, they're they're a biopharma.
They'd be crazy not to.
Yeah, well, it's they're they've got they're funding an experimental drug so that they can't sell yet. So at some point they need money, and they'd be crazy not to look at this insane nonsensical price movement and say, hey, let's raise a couple million, 100 million, whatever it is, dollars, and slam it to these guys, slam it to the retail, which would suck. But yeah, I just don't have the guts. If I did, I'd be shorting it around here with a stop at probably the high of the day. Just see if it's just chopped around here all day. I would bet that either today or tomorrow you're going to hear the company come out and issue shares, and that'll be the end of her.
Yeah, if it holds its gains today, yes. Even if it doesn't, I mean, because 2 days ago this was, or not 2 days ago, yesterday this was $1.20, so or less.
Yeah.
This was $1.11 was the low. And you look at it on a weekly chart, Michael. Look at it on a daily chart. Look how it flatlined forever. I mean, forever.
Yeah, well, and it makes sense with these, right? Obviously, psychedelics are not legal and not proven. So these companies, they're not making anything. They're not really losing much. They're doing research. And the idea is that, if you get the one that gets a drug to market, that $100 million is going to be worth $1 billion easily. So you get your 10-bagger. But these guys got their 10-bagger just not doing anything. Just because, you're right, some Discord room somewhere said, pump it.
Let's do it. This is our low float of the day.
Yeah, they're YOLOing in, and it is what it is.
All right, Michael. Now I know my announcement said 1:15, but I can take over for you right now. I know you've got stuff to do, so
yeah, I got to get the trade wave video out.
And I have to admit, when I got back on, I said, "What the hell's what's wrong with Chris's voice?" He started, and I said, "What have I missed a day?"
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My computer did an update last night. I did Trader TV, and halfway through doing Trader TV, my mic just froze, and then when I logged on, it just said it couldn't find my mic, and I restarted the computer, and it did. So I might do a like a refresh, right? Delete the operating system, reinstall. It's a pain, but look at this thing still going.
22, 22, 23. Do we hear 23? Do we hear 23? Unbelievable. Okay, Michael, I'll take over now. I'll get my screen going. Thanks. Thanks for taking over for the length of time you did.
Yeah, no worries.
Guess we'll see you next week.
Yeah, I'll see you next week.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Michael. Thanks. All right, guys, let me get my music going. Both rooms. And I was bound and determined to hold a piece of it, but I didn't. But I'm okay. I got in. If you guys were watching, you saw me when I was putting some price alerts on. I was actually watching that China IPO one to see if it could get back up over 535. I was watching that, and then my price alert window popped up on my screen. I saw a drug was at 1350, and I was able to get decent amount at 1383, and in that range. And I sold some for a couple of dollars before the halt, and then I got out for another couple of dollars on top of that. and I'm not in it anymore, even though now it's at 23. Wow. But at least I did take advantage of it to a certain extent. Still in the rum, still in the rum. Rum is, I took it right on that, right around the 620 mark. Well, that was the 200-day moving average. So I'm still in it. But holy smokes, that drug. So, guys, if there are any questions that I may have missed, just repost, please, because at this point I'm. Oh, there's the PSIL. Okay, so that Michael was talking about this one. This is another one of these. At least I think it is. Yeah, psychedelic. It's a psychedelic ETF. So I think Michael was talking about it in our YouTube room. So more than likely, doesn't trade very much, but more than likely, drug is part of it. I mean, I don't know for sure, but just based on this move and the low volume, it could be that drug is part of this ETF, and PSIL is also halted. Yeah, still not. Well, again, I know jokingly said, but I'm so glad there were no shorts available for me at Interactive Broker. Still none. I mean, yeah, at some point, will this be the most marvelous short in the world? Of course, but you tell me when. You can't. You almost can't, Shady. I mean, and then right back up. Well, let's see if there's anything a little less. I mean, that OKLO, man, oh man, that was a nice one, guys. It's finally pulling back just a little bit. So this one had some news. This one had news. The other ones did not move. The SMR and the NNE did not move like this one. This had actually news about its DOE approved the company's conceptual safety design report, etc. Okay, so there was some news. Yeah, I'm on sinus drugs too. Yeah, not anymore. Well, and NIVF, yeah, NIVF just made a new high. Well, let's see. Where could it go looking at a monthly chart? I think wasn't this the one that was around 6? No, I'm wrong. $3. Okay, $3, 295. So it still has some room. Actually, I'm wrong. 195 is the next high looking left on a monthly chart for NIVF if it takes that out. So why not? Just put a price alert. Whoops, put a price alert around 201 and see if it gets over two, number one. We're definitely in low float mania day today. Yeah, okay, Learn New. So Learn New wants to know where the scan is. Probably Michael talked about it. Okay, so if you, first of all, before I keep going, I want to make sure you can hear me and see what I'm doing, Learn, okay, before I keep going. I just need a couple of yeses before I do it. We have a little delay in YouTube, I know, but an 8-second delay. Just want to make sure you can hear me and see my screen. I'm talking to Learn in our YouTube room, okay? Learn, are you there? Okay, good. All right, so click on new from the toolbar. First of all, let me get sound toggle off. Click on new from the toolbar. Click on Market Explorer window. This window will pop up, okay? Right click on it. Hover over strategy, select strategy. Another box will pop up. Move down, hover over trade wave. Another box will pop up, and here it is, trade wave by 5 minutes. Okay? And that is what you're going to see. Oh, you know what, that's the anguish of not again. I know I said hold on to just even 50 shares, 50 shares, hold on. So there it is, okay? Learn. Gonna do it again, or are we good to go? Okay, can I move on? Well, it's fun to have another one of these. We haven't had one for a while. What do you mean from what do you mean from where it pick up? What do you mean by that? So I'll do it again. So new, click on new, if that's what you're talking about. Click on new and then Market Explorer window. Oh, you're good to go? Okay. You're good to go. Okay. The thing is too, I mean, there's super liquidity. This is not like one of these, some of these ones that go bananas on not that much volume, but look at the volume, 75 million and counting, 3.5 million in the float. Not quite 25 times the float, but I'll guarantee at the end of the day it will be and more. The war on drugs definitely failed. Well, that's an old reference. Mamba. Yeah, I see ADTX is at the top here. Yeah, look at the volume. You can see that. I mean, these are just great momentum trades. Well, moves. Okay, look at the volume that's coming into ADTX. I mean, on this candle right here, that bar right there. And what time is it now? This still has 4 minutes to close. A little over 3 minutes to close. And the volume today is 1.8 million, and this is now 377,000 and counting. It still has 441. I mean, look at this. Look at the volume that came into ADTX. Now, this is not a low flow, 26 million. I mean, it's not. Oh, okay. Is it really? Okay. So it's a lot lower than we think then. Probably did a reverse split not long ago, maybe a 1 for 6 or something. This is this finished stock that was real. Oh, it took it out on the way down. I thought maybe it was still moving higher. This was this finished stock that really, really had a nice day yesterday. AS 1 for 40, 1 for 40 reverse split for the ADTX. Okay. That was on the 2nd of October. Well, that means, hmm, what's the date? Well, okay. This float has not been adjusted yet. Usually they're adjusted, usually, I'm going to say on the 15th and 30th, assuming the 15th and 30th does not show up on a weekend. And that's just the market. Okay. That's nothing to do with our provider. So it will be interesting to see if this gets adjusted by tomorrow. All right, guys. Give me a moment. So is this the free version of Trade Ideas? No, no, it is not. This is the real-time version of Trade Ideas. Neil? There was no free version of Trade Ideas, really. There is a delayed version, but it just gives you a little bit. Okay, guys, you know what day it is? It is Tuesday. And so for those of you who've been around for a while, this is leaf blower day, so you might hear some action outside my window. The gentleman is there right now. There's no way you can automatically place the order, Learn. I know you asked that question earlier. There's no way you can automatically place the order. Okay. And what's it based on? What's it based on is, let's see if there's any, I don't know what, I mean, there's probably a price range, but you cannot adjust it. I don't know what the minimum volume Michael is using. I don't know what the relative volume, but it's usually a pretty, probably at least two. I'm looking here, at least two relative volume. Okay, I don't see anything less than two. I don't know what the minimum volume is. I mean, see right there, maybe it's 50,000. I don't. Well, the thing is, you can adjust it. I know you cannot auto trade it. Okay, you don't have any control over this at all. And plus, how would you auto trade this? I mean, there's so many coming in at a, in my opinion, crazy to even try, even if you're allowed to. Do we have a news session? Well, we do, but it's not. I don't want to get your hopes up, Neil. It is not what you would call instant news or anything like that. Okay. But what I use our news section for is looking in past days more than anything. For me, I use my interactive brokers news alerts. Okay, or alerts section. Okay, it is more geared for intraday. No, almost 100% no, Michael. The news feed. I mean, they may get a little bit better, but not that it's going to be what you guys. I mean, listen, you have interactive brokers. I'm just talking in general. This is about as close as you're going to get, in my opinion, to a really good news feed and I shouldn't say that because I don't know the other brokers, but a news feed that is included in your brokerage platform. Okay. But if you're looking for something like instantaneous news that you pay, Benzinga or some of these other sites, $150 a month for, no, I almost guarantee we'll never do that. Most of the news for the stock, anyway, usually is in the pre-market, and usually our news will pick that up if it's an earnings play or there is something. When it happens intraday, almost for sure you're not going to see it here, but and there's not that much intraday news. I mean, there is some intraday, of course. The ASML was a good example. ASML, but it hit here. I don't think, yeah, due to a publication, they weren't supposed to release earnings until yesterday before the market opens, and somehow there was a leak. Somehow, quote unquote, there was a leak. Well, it got picked up here based on alpaca. You need alpaca. You need alpaca, learn, because the way this money machine, if it works, okay, if it works, it has to be tested. It's got to be tested, number one, in our simulator. We can't do it yet because, and I'm not a developer, but it has to be able to pick the top three in a top list window and trade them immediately without commission. Now, interactive brokers, you've got that half a cent a share, and then the minute one drops out, another one will come in. So this is going to happen all day long. You could have 50 or 60 or 70 trades a day. But it has not been tested yet with even in the simulator, but with live money. Okay. Generally speaking, Michael, offerings don't generally happen during market hours. Generally speaking, and if it is an offering, usually it's you know before the market opens, and usually our news will pick that up, like our news. But if you're looking for sort of market intraday market news, this is not. I mean, and you're looking for absolutely up to date. No. All right, guys. Well, the NIVF, it did take out two. Well, it's at two right now, a little bit below it. Again, that was key area. 195 on the monthly chart is the next high. So let's see if it gets back over two again and really starts to rip. Another low floater. Well, there you go. But it's still hanging around two. It's still kind of hanging around two. So I will reset my price alert. All because it does have some room. Okay. 295 on the monthly chart is the next high. All right, guys, let's see now. NIVF. Whole thing about news also, guys, if you see a big spike, okay, volume based on one of our alerts, by the time you click on it and see what the news is, it could have already really ripped. So what are you going to do? I mean, you'll know what the news is, yes, but what are you going to do? as William says, short the top, wait for a pullback. Yes, but most of the time for me, when there's a pop like that, most of the time, Interactive Brokers has something. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the point. So NIVF is still hanging around that 2 level. Teasing us here, guys. Just over 2, getting closer to an entry for me anyway. Good volume. Look at the volume right there. So that's good. Yeah, even that ATYR would have worked for me if I'd held it. I got in at 255, 56. It's at 270 now. Nothing fabulous, but it would have worked. But I got out of it. No shorts available. Interactive Brokers, no. On the NIVF, no. All right. Well, it's taking its own sweet time to see if it really wants to get over 2. But Michael, I'll also say, I know you're saying you don't like dilution. Some of these stocks that have dilution intraday, normally you'll see it'll be instantly down. I mean, even if you had the news instantly, I don't know how you're going to act on it other than knowing it's dilution, but it'd be very quick to act on it. Certainly, near the high of where it started, in my opinion. Giant bar down on dilution. Okay, guys, I've decided to take myself out of the rum. Maybe get back in later, but I think I've had almost enough of trading today. I'll take a look if it gets up over the 650 mark again. Remember, I took it just right at the 200-day moving average, which is still 619. I'm surprised. I thought maybe it would move up a little, but all right. Well, if again, I don't have Benzinga. ONL, guys, ONL. Now let's take a look at this one. This is another, well, it's not low float. Orion off, it's a REIT. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, 439 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. And the next high is around 518. So it would have a little bit of room. God, this was awful. This SLRX, the big pop, then it got halted on the way down. So I rebooted Trade Ideas, guys. So that's why we've got a fresh list of stocks here. Not many yet. And in the large cappers, let's take a look at MIR, MIR, all time high. Yeah, MIR, all time high. It's been on a run. Look at this. Well, actually, looks thought it was a lot more, but still pretty good. $11 to 13, 14 in a few days. We sort of get okay. I'm just not convinced yet on the NIVF guys. I'm just not convinced. See if it does it now. All right, took some. Wow. What? Oof. Okay, guys. IB was giving me almost one of those you could not sell. I tried to take some off. I did finally get some off at 230, 5, 4, 1. Sorry, 231. But I was getting this. I was thinking of you, Bjorn. But there's no way. There's no way. And now it's halted. Now it's halted. Whew. I don't know, Bjorn, if you're still in the room. I was all set to dump IB. Well, guys, that is let's see where it could open. 264, 248 on the halt. Boy, we've been definitely today is low float mania day. Okay, obviously I have to pay attention. 135 plus 34 seconds. 136, sorry, 136 plus 34 seconds. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Again, I think this is the first halt, right? This is the first. I don't think it was halted earlier in the day. So, as I said, usually the first halt can be okay. Oh, sorry, I was on mute. So, okay. So this is out of Thailand, this stock. Not too many out of Thailand, NIVF. Uh, we'll open, if it's a 5 minute, we'll open at 136, 34 seconds. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open in about 30 seconds. Get it up and running. Let's see. Not a big clue. 248 on the halt, 249 projected. Maybe they open, but I doubt if it's going to open right near the halt price. I may be wrong, but I've got my finger on the submit button as we speak. All right, opened. A little bit higher, much higher. All right, I've just taken it all off, guys. Take it all off. The reason being is that I think when we look left, I think 3 was the next high, wasn't it, on the monthly chart or in that neighborhood? Yeah, 297. So they got up to 278. So I'm out of it completely. Listen, it may rip right through all that. If it does, I don't know where it can go. Oh, that's right. This is sorry, is this the one that used to be Life? This is no, this is not the one that used to be Life. There was another one that used to be Life. Oh, it was the one I was in before, the ATYR. So I mean, this looks like it started trading. Well, it started trading in this symbol NIVF. I have no idea if it was a different company before or a different symbol before. They just changed symbols. I really don't know. All right, what time is it now? 1:38, guys. So I have another maybe an hour left in the room. So, boys, William, draw. What time today? I'm assuming it might be 4 o'clock, 4ish. Okay, cool. We got some earnings plays after hours. Anything of note? UAL, okay. United Airlines. Well, see what United Airlines is doing. Should be having a decent day with oil dropping a little bit. How's Jets doing just in general? The ETF for the sector. Let's take a look at Jets. Yeah, I mean it's it had a nice move at the beginning, but Interactive Brokers also. Okay, let's take a look at IBRK. Well, you got to give me the right symbol. IBKR. Boy, lifetime high. Lifetime high for Interactive Brokers. Well, I'm doing my best to support them. I'm really, wow, look at NIVF, guys. I mean, I may be completely out to lunch on this one if it takes out three. You know what? I don't know then. I'm looking at this PSIL, guys. This is the PSIL. This is the ETF for the psychedelic sector, okay? And I would have thought it would have dropped quite a bit if drug was a big part of it. And it doesn't appear that drug is that big a part of it. Wow. NIVF. Looks like it's going to take out three now. Yep, there you go. All right, guys. Well, let me talk a little bit about my homepage. And if you want to join in all this fun and get a subscription to Trade Ideas, I'm going to show you how. Oops. Okay, so clicking on my link, this is what you're going to see. Before I do that. At the very top, you will see a way in which you can take out a subscription. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. This will really help to keep the rooms free, okay? It's really that simple. These are free rooms. I want to keep it that way. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with the download and install. First start up and log in. Scroll down a little bit. Important introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. Key elements of trade ideas. 10 short videos. You must do that first. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, a series of videos, all free. You can take a look at these. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put these together. Michael was in our YouTube room between approximately 12 and 1 when I was on a break. Stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. It is free, of course. And the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans that I am currently sharing. So these are the ones you can actually see, okay? Now, first of all, these are a lot of scans that I've created. I do not have them all up and running, okay? That would be way too many. But I've decided, I'll put some in. You might, just because I don't have it up and running, you may want to take a look at it. But biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Halts resumes right there. Now, your relative strength leaders may look a little bit different from this, depending on how you're sorting it. It'll probably look more like this with more symbols. It's up to you, though, okay? It's completely up to you. What I'm giving you here, these are templates. These are what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Movers to the upside versus downside movers. Upside movers versus downside movers is here. This is my momentum scan on another monitor right here. This is the biggest large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. And the only other one that I've got up and running from this list is the gap continuation or reversal scan. I really haven't had a chance to look at it. Okay, and that is right here. Continue gap continuation or reverse. Okay. So if you have any questions, just don't be shy. If you think you're sitting there and you want to ask a question and you think it's a dumb question, please don't think that way. Okay. We all started out new. If it's a question about trade ideas, I'll do my best to answer. If it's a accounting issue, I will direct you to the people who can help you. Because again, you may be sitting out there with a question you want to ask and you just feel either shy about asking it, but there could be 10 or 20 other people who would love for you to ask that question. Well, we saw this one just before I took my break. Look at this run. There's 1 o'clock. Actually, you saw it before the break, but look at this run now since 1 o'clock for ADTX. Low, I mean, it's a low float, but it's not crazy low. 26 million is still a low float. It's just not crazy low. And it continues to make a new high, new high. Remember now, guys, this is my momentum scan. This is how it works. Every time the stock makes a new high, assuming all the filter values are met, just to refresh your memory. So this is my price range, 1 and 100. Current volume is at least 3. See that? 7.8, now 8 as the volume picks up. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal. You can kind of see, look at the volume just picking up. So that's why it's called a momentum scan. So bottom line, all these filter values are met. If all those filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing ADTX. I'm not in rum anymore. Sounds funny, but yeah, I'm not in it anymore. But good for you guys. I'm sure Shady is probably still in rum. Meanwhile, what is this market? So you can see, guys, that Trade Ideas is really great at identifying what we'll call alpha stocks. Okay. So these stocks, like the rum and NIVF and the drug and other, like so many other stocks, do they care that the market's doing this? No, they couldn't care less. If you're in Microsoft or Apple or the large cap, big name stocks, they're probably doing something similar. But I'm not trading those. I'm trading the alpha stocks, trying to find the alpha stocks all day long, the ones that are trading on their own, not caring that much, if any, what the market's doing, not caring what its sector is doing. Now, most of the things that I look at, I'm not into gold or oil stocks unless I can't remember the last time I traded one of those. The only way I'll trade a gold or oil stock is if it has news on its own. I just don't like trading stocks that are so attached to their sector. So, the sector starts moving down. My goodness, guys, look what happened. Look what happened. 21 to 30, like that for drug. Not in it. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I mean, I can keep commenting on things, I guess. I'm just not saying anything. I mean, the drug is, of course, I mean, believe it or not, if it takes out that high right up there on some volume, I mean, it could keep going. It could. Okay, guys. Now, typically around this time, unless I, see something I really want to talk about, I tend to put myself on mute. Okay, and I'll always hop back on the mic if there's a question. I'll just leave this announcement up there. I got a slightly bigger font here. Okay. Okay, so I am muting myself, but listen, I'll get right back on the mic. Or if I have something I want to say, maybe point something out, I'll get back on the mic. But right now, I'll just mute myself. My goodness, Can Trader, is that you? I mean, I know you're calling yourself Can Trader, but are you the Can Trader? Ah, good. Nice to see you back. You're at Calgary, right? Or thereabouts, or am I wrong? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, back on mute. See the message, Rich? I'm muted unless there's a question. Okay. Can you not see the message? I'll get back on the mic if there is a question. Hey guys, remember this crazy one, this JDZG? It hit about $15 a few weeks ago, a few months ago. Let's take a look. Yeah, it got up. This is the month of May earlier this year, got up to about $15. So there could be a group somewhere. Yeah. So sure, some of these like on the drug and things like that, a lot of it is a bit of feel. Okay. I don't take like I'm not taking like 2,000 shares, okay, of something like that, okay? And don't change your approach. If you're typically more of a pullback player and that's working for you, do it. You don't have if I don't know, as long as you think you're being successful being a pullback trader, you don't have to be I mean, these ones that a drug does not come along every day. Similar ones, but not quite as dynamic. So again, Stuart, you can use the races as pullbacks. Okay. Remember, I don't know if you listened to me at the very beginning of the day when I go over the races and the concept, but you click on any one of the symbols that are here, or any one of the ones that are in the top 10 list. Again, I rebooted Trade Ideas at noon, so that's why there's not a top 10 list. But click on them and see if they're pulling back to a level you like. There's not that many, you can just click and see, is it pulling back to a level that you like? These are not all making new highs of the day or anything like that. All they're doing is moving the most in that huge list of stocks, but they could be coming from the bottom, or they could be coming from a stock that really surged at the beginning of the day and then it's pulled back and then starting to move. These are not all stocks necessarily. JDGZG, not all stocks near the high of the day. What did I just say, guys? I mean, what's happening, I think, is just a sort of a rotation now into these low floaters. You miss NIVF, no problem. Here's one that's coming along. You miss drug, no problem. You take NIVF. Oh man! And look, when you look left on something like this, all traders are looking. When I say all, I mean traders that see this. That's what they're saying. They're saying this month, I got up to 1353. That's all they're saying. And they're going, I wonder if I could do a little bit into this. That's all they're doing. That's all I'm doing. But again, you're not marrying these things. Very liquid. I mean, Very liquid. Look at the volume, double the float. Very liquid stock, good spread. And Stuart, if you're looking for something, a little less frantic, you might want to take a look at this race as an example. Okay, yeah, this is a lot of fun when you're on the right side. Not so much if you're not, but this is a less volatile race. Let's take a look at Mirror, just out of curiosity. So it has not pulled back that much. NMRA, out of curiosity. No, it's still there, but it doesn't mean these are bad to trade. I mean, this to me is a, I mean, it's near the highs, but it's near the highs, but it is not accelerating. It's sort of almost stabilizing near the highs. Wolf, I know, was one that really pulled back earlier. You can maybe use that as something that you want to for pullback type pullback. Excuse me, pullback type trades. Oh man. And there's no explanation, okay? I mean, people might say, well, why is this moving? You're not going to find what you would consider a valid reason. Valid meaning, they've got the cure for something or some new product came out. Don't look for fundamentals in these things. Now, who knows? Tomorrow, I mean, depending on what it does ends up doing today, it may have a run tomorrow, just because of all the room it's got. Okay, guys, back on mute. So, guys, on this China IPO, I have put a price alert probably for tomorrow. I doubt if it'll take it out today for the SFHG at the high of the day. Let's see if it takes it out tomorrow. This has been a reasonably good one. I mean, the IPO was priced at 4, so it's above the IPO price. So that gives some credence to maybe it'll have something to do tomorrow. And who knows? Maybe later on in the day it'll take that out. I have my doubts though. I'm sorry. So the JDZG, what was the question exactly? All I was really waiting on, because most of my scan, uh, oh, okay, most of my scans are less than are a dollar plus, right? So I did not see this until I hit a dollar. But in the back of my mind, my head, I remembered this one, and I quickly looked to see what the monthly chart was. See, I thought, oh yeah, that's the one that went up to about $15. Unknown news. It's a low float, and it's China. I'm not sure what your question is exactly. I'm out of it now. I'm out of it now. I mean, it may continue, but if you've heard me, I was talking how well did it hold a dollar? It was just kind of moving around that 103, 106, 107, 108, back down a little bit, and then finally, I get in at I got in at 113. It's no chart pattern, really. I mean, it's just obviously volume just coming in, and what did I say? I said, look, I did not know it was going to do this. I mean, if I'd known it was going to do this, I would have, bought a lot more. All right, because it was certainly liquid enough. But my feeling is that people who miss out on the drug, missed out on NIVF, are looking for another one. And so this just happened to be, in my opinion, the one. Well, it definitely was a breakout high of the day, but I didn't see that, right? Because that's at 93. Excuse me, I did not see that until it hit one. And it hit one, here in the momentum scan. Where did it hit one? Yeah, right there, 2 o'clock, $1. Till then, I had no idea it existed. Well, today. Well, you guys have been talking about lunar all day long, LUNR. So let's take a look at it. Over eight still? No. Okay. Yeah, good for you, Shady on the rum. I decided to bail. I was just decided to bail. Good volume just came in also. Good volume just came in. Let's see if Fun has a PSUN, if it has a late dayer. What's it doing? Yeah, not exactly, I mean, it may run, but it's not like, some of the ones that look like they could be late dayers on the 15 or the 5, they sort of tend to consolidate a little bit, several hours, and then they pop. How was my trading day today, Shaw? Great. All right, guys, it's 2:19, so not too much time left for me, maybe another 10 minutes. William and Draw will keep, well, at least William will. I'm sure Draw will probably be around. One of you will close the room, of course, but we'll be around until 4 o'clock anyway. It's drug a buyout. No news. No news is good news. No, seriously, there's no news that anybody I think could find on drug other than low float. I saw SKK, I think this morning. I don't remember why, but SKK, yeah, that was the IPO. That was a nice one. Well, the same thing. I mean, maybe it gets going. Maybe. Well, so you're asking, should you take? Like, would you? I won't take it, but for me, I would probably. First of all, I think the IPO was $4, wasn't it? You should check on that to see where the IPO is. I can do that. All right, SKK. There you are, SKK. So let's see. Hopefully, it says where. $4. Yeah. So I would, first of all, I would probably wait for it to get at least to the IPO price. But you do what you have to do, of course, but because it's underneath the IPO price right now. All right, guys. So for those of you who are still in our YouTube room, I'm going to put my homepage link in. So I'll show you how you can get into the main room if you want, because I'll be taking off in about a little over 5 minutes from now. So click on my homepage link. Okay. And where you see trading room, just click on that and you'll get into the main room. Okay. And that room will be open until about 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, JDZ, I'm not in it anymore, but continues to move higher. Well, it'll be interesting to see. First of all, I want to see if this holds as gains today, and if it does, I mean, it could have a day again tomorrow. All right, guys, I'll hang around another minute or so. If I see a question, I'll hang around. If not, I'm going to wrap it up. And again, thanks for all the help. Exciting day. Haven't even seen. I mean, I'm looking at the SPY and the Dow now and NAS. All these things that we do are just completely non-affected by what the overall market is doing. Look at OKLO, guys, again breaking over that whole number, 12. Was it one of my probably a little more active, not that active a trader. I know it sounds crazy moderating a room, but I'm not actually that active a trader. But now, drug was 3 times. So there's that. Rum was once. ATYR was once. Wolf was a fluke. Yeah, I guess I was a little active today for me. And of course, the JDZG. Hmm. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. So thanks again for all the help, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'll get back on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening. I have to shut down YouTube. Okay, so I'm going to shut down YouTube right now. You have got the link in my homepage. Click if you want to go over to the main room. Make sure you click on my homepage link right now, and then go to the click on the trading room link because I'm going to have to shut you guys down right now.